only streaming
Positive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cameras at the moment. So when I put all 10 up, if it starts to pixelate, I'm going to take one down at a time. And see if I can drop it below what I need to drop it to keep the steady stream.
Seems reasonable.
Because right now, we're good with 5. Now I don't have a race pylon because Race Hero is not working.
Good.
A race monitor, I should say.
Good. That really. The fact that that's not right, that just makes our jobs much
Welcome to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I'm Brian Belansky. Tristan Parker here with me today, and we are at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Brand new racetrack with some brand new racetrack growing pains, but we are getting ready for our first race of the weekend, or our first race of the day, our first race of the final day of the weekend. Let's get to our starting lineup. Here we go.
26 cars in this race, starting at 26, number 2, David Lecren. In 25th, number 34, Sayohara Ishii. In 24th, number 31, Lynn Griffiths. Alongside them, number 93, Bakir Begovic. In 22nd, number 28, Chris Kroll. Alongside them, number 35, Steven Karatsus. In 20th, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In 19th, number 52, Famous Dale Shoemaker. In 18th, number 63, lost him for a second there, number 63, Ron Tanamura. In 17th, number 30, Matt Latucky. In 16th, number 71, Matteo Siderman. In 15th, number 96, Christina Etherington. In 14th, I don't know, actually, because I can't quite see it. We don't have the sheets here, unfortunately. That's
David
okay.
Kren.
David J. Oram. There we go.
Yes.
Number 6. 13th, number 32, Michael Lewis. In 12th, number 27, Jared Korth. In 11th, number 15, Bryce Johnson. In 10th, number 111, Wesley Molno. In 9th, number 67, John Davies. In 8th, number 72, Michael Newmeyer. In 7th, number 15, Bryce Johnson. They've all changed places now, but your poll leader was Ryland Hazelton. So there we go. Sorry, folks. We're a brand new track,
Yep.
brand new track, brand new location, brand new scoring system. We got a lot going on, so I do apologize for the kind of halting there, but we'll figure that out on the second go around. Only the first race of the day. Yes, this is the STL STU GT3s group here, and a big group, as I said. 26 cars out there on the track today. It's been a busy weekend here at Buttonwillow. Everybody's showing up because they all want to take a crack at the circuit here today, this weekend. And sure enough, we are good to go on this first race.
We are, and I'm not quite sure how our camera system is working out this morning. It looks like we are on a huge delay because of our internet. And that is why what you're seeing at home right now is yeah. So,
I feel bad, but this is just the situation that we're in at the moment. So
it is.
It's the first race of the year. It's the first race on a brand new track. First race of the year. So a lot of kinks still to be worked out across the board. Admittedly, things going remarkably well. Remarkably well for it being what it is.
Well, and the on-track racing action has been fantastic.
It has been. They've been very good races.
Drivers seem to love what we're doing.
Everybody seems to be happy with the way things have been going here on the new track, I must admit.
So that is our situation there. Let me take down this.
We had dinner with some drivers last night. Everybody seemed to really like the way that the new track handles. They're very into it. Already, I like it better than the old classic track. Yeah. I heard that multiple times. Obviously, though, this is a brand new shiny toy, so maybe that's why they feel that way.
And I think that the design of this track is different enough from the design of the action track, or of the classic track.
Yes.
That it's going to be better for some drivers in some cars. One will be better than the other. And I think you will find that the ones who say they like it are the ones who have a car better suited to this layout. So
yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think seen certain categories really doing well. I mean, we've seen some good times and what have you, but I don't think anybody's really gone hell for leather on this quite yet, just because it is that new track and they are feeling it out.
Well, and the other problem we have this morning is that the track is still very damp.
Yes, I was just going to say.
Rain throughout the morning. So we have a green racetrack, which with not a lot of rubber on it.
Yep.
And then now we have rain on that green racetrack.
Yep.
And this is Southern California. Some drivers don't even have rain tires.
yeah. I think very few people kind of run slicks or whatever, right, when they're out there and stuff like that. So that's going to be something that people are going to have to adapt to. Fortunately, we have here for this first race, at least, we did have a break in the rain, so it's not raining actively here for Group 1, which is good benefit to them. But it was, as you said, raining this morning.
Right.
It's been cold this morning, so that track is cold too as well. So a lot to keep track of there for these drivers today, and that should play a bit of a role. I think we're a bit lucky here, though, Brian, to be honest, because it didn't rain so heavily that ground on the outside of the track got super muddy. I feel like we're still.
You should see the inside of my car.
No, well, that's true.
It
Yeah,
is extremely muddy off of the racetrack.
See, that's what I worry about because.
Well, you can actually see my footsteps right
yeah,
there on the left
can,
side of the racetrack. Those are my footsteps. And then you can see at the edge of the racetrack where I clean my feet off before I try to get into my car. So, yes, it is significantly raining or muddy.
Muddy, okay, all right.
Do not as I like to say at racetracks where there's often rain, it is very, very imperative today to keep it between the white line.
Please don't go off the track, because that's my biggest concern. Is last time we had heavy rain during a race session at Buttonwillow. It's definitely not that today. It's been light rain, but last time we had heavy rain, if a car goes off the track, you are stuck.
Right.
You're not
and
getting
if
back
you go
on.
off at the exit here of 8, or 8-9, you'll end up in San Luis Obispo. I mean, it is. There's just mud that's all the way away. I'm going to reset this number 1
Unfortunately, too, one of the things is we don't have a lot of cut-throughs on this racetrack.
Right.
So if a tow truck needs to come out and pick you up, they have to actually drive the track. So we've had last January, I think it was January 2024. It was so rainy and so muddy. We had maybe a tow, multiple tows every race. So hopefully we're not going to get that here today. Speaking of race, let's talk about it a little bit because things have changed just somewhat. Wesley Molno catapulting himself to the top here. He's in the lead right now, followed by Michael Newmeyer and John Davies. Rylan Hazelton, who started in that pole position, has actually dropped down a pretty significant margin here. I think currently sitting back in 8th. Jared Korth, who did well yesterday, he's in the mix as well, hanging around at 4th. But the gap between Newmeyer and Molno is nothing too big. It's about 0.7 of a second here, so there's definitely some racing going on at the front of the pack. We tend to see, as we've talked about kind of in previous races, maybe people sort of grouping out, but this Group 1 was very competitive yesterday, and it feels like we're getting something very similar here as well.
Yeah, and we're down a few cameras this morning because of the weather situation and everything, so we're going to have more cameras for our afternoon races. So just wanted to, look at this, side by side, 4 cars side by side going through turn 6. That is for the lead of the race. And then you've got the next group of cars coming through right after them. That was pretty awesome. This is my favorite camera on this racetrack, by the way.
That's a great view. Gives you a really good idea of the perspective of the whole track here. They're going for it here this morning. I think one of the things is, we had yesterday some tentative driving, probably drivers getting used to it. Not today. Everybody feels a little bit more comfortable because they've all got their races in, so I expect things to be a little bit more competitive. I should also say we had a full course yellow on maybe 3/4 of the races yesterday, so that wouldn't necessarily be surprising here as well. That top pack, by the way, continuing to be very competitive. Michael Newmeyer now slipping into the lead over Jared Korth and Wesley Molno, so something to keep an eye on right there. Ryan Gutiel still kind of holding in here. John Davies, Michael Lewis following it up. Michael Lewis, one of those drivers who handles multiple races, so we'll see him a couple of times here this weekend. We'll probably see him again. He also, Brian, yesterday was the driver who took the inaugural first lap here in his Jaguar. So the car that I believe he's driving in this race today, his Jaguar XKR. So that was quite fun to watch as well. We had a whole ribbon cutting ceremony and whatnot.
Yeah, no, it was very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Definitely a different event to have out here at the track. Never done one of those before. I know you have, but
right.
it was cool to see. Everybody very excited for it, and justifiably so. But love how close this top 5 is. This is actually some good racing out there right now. We didn't get a chance to do much of Group 1 yesterday just due to technical difficulties.
Right,
so.
right. are side by side again now going through. This is a really good passing zone here. There's a little bit of banking, so they can go through a little bit faster than they were maybe doing so in the past.
Yes.
And every lap on this track, they learn something about what the situation is, what's coming up. So
yeah. That's the number 6 turn, which is kind of a right-hander sort of switch back almost that goes back into a long straight up until you hit turn 7. So one of the things I think that differentiates this track quite a bit from the other Buttonwillow track is that it tends to have a little bit more straights.
Right.
In terms of genuine straights, there's no S's, there's no complications like that. It also has a lot of, I think maybe switchback is the wrong word, but a lot of very tight turns that kind of come back on themselves, which is something that I think the classic Buttonwillow track lacks to a certain extent. So that's something that drivers are getting used to, particularly turn number 8. We don't have a camera on it, but it is we do actually have a camera on turn number 8, I think. Yep. But it is a pure hairpin turn. Drivers are having to adapt to that. This turn number 4, this is more of a kind of a right-handed sweeper to a certain extent. So it's definitely different, and it definitely drives different. It looks different, it drives different, and you can tell, as we were saying earlier, some drivers have really taken to it because it is just more flowy, I think. Right. It lacks, to a certain extent, the configuration, the configurability that we have on the Classic, which is a bit of a shame, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast right now. But it is good. I like it. I think it's a fun track. I think people are into it, and justifiably so. And you can see from the way that these Group 1 cars are tackling it that genuinely people are having some good races on it. Speaking of which, the group has opened up a bit here, Brian. Actually, some of these leads widening as we come about I don't know where we are in the overall course of this race. We got about 20 minutes left. So.
Right.
But you can see how close those front two are. They're not fooling around. That's Michael Newmeyer and Jared Korth right there.
Right.
And see Hazelton, he's picking up the pace, trying to close his gap with Bryce Johnson. He's got Michael Lewis in between, so that's something that he's going to have to worry about just a little bit. Michael Newmeyer continuing to sort of stave off the attentions of Jared Korth, but little bit of, I don't want to call it irony there, but it's number 72 versus number 27. So reverse numbers, negative numbers right there between the two of them. So that's something to keep an eye on there as well. The track as a whole, by the way, has kind of begun to develop into. Oh
no, go. I was
no.
While you're talking, I'm going to put up the track map here.
Oh, yeah, we can take a look at that as well. I feel like I should have saved all my, let's talk about this turn. I should have saved all my talk about this turn.
Or your director should have been smart enough to, when you were talking about the turn,
that's okay.
By the way, folks, I am also the director.
Yeah, we're pulling a lot of, Brian wears many hats, so. But yeah, there's your track map right there, the new Buttonwillow track. First race, obviously, yesterday, 2025. 10 turns, 2.56 miles, and you get a view of what it's like. And yeah, I think it's good. I genuinely am into it. And that 6-7 straight, by the way, that's a long one. That's one of the. That is a kind of straight that just doesn't exist on the Classic, really, at quite that length. So it's pretty cool to see how drivers are handling it. And you yourself mentioned 6 has become a real passing zone. That's one of the things, unfortunately, because we're down here on the ground floor this weekend, right, in the shack. We can't see how drivers are handling certain turns as well, so it's kind of been interesting to try and figure out what strategies are developing out there.
Yeah.
Tactics, maybe? Tactics may be the better word.
Well, let's see. These are 30-minute races today, so we get to the 15-minute mark. We'll do around the 15-minute mark, we'll do our mid-race recap.
Yes, I believe it's is it 30 minutes or 16 laps? I don't think we're gonna get a lot of people who can hit the 16 lap mark.
Yeah,
but
not when it's wet out. That
no, definitely not. Yeah,
but so.
But yes, 30 minutes is a significant. That's a significant time, honestly, to be out on the track. We had 25 yesterday, So a brief step up, two more laps, maybe one or two more laps, maybe two, let's say 2 or 3 even, depending on who's driving and how fast they want to go. But like you said, with the kind of wet conditions out there, people are probably not going to go hell for leather. Ryan Gutiel, by the way, staving off the attentions of Wesley Molno right there on the camera. That 116 Ryan Gutiel car is blue. It stands out in the middle of that pack. I think they're mostly white cars around it, so gives you an idea. He's currently fighting for 3rd place. He doesn't want to give that up, and he sees some opportunity, I think, to catch up with Jared Korth in 2nd. Jared has been focused, I think, quite heavily on the idea of catching up to Michael Newmeyer, and he hasn't quite realized that Ryan Gutiel is about 0.27 seconds behind him. So we'll keep an eye on that. Look at that fresh tire barrier, newly installed.
I know.
Wow.
Let's hope it stays just like that.
Those tires are not weathered at all. Boy, oh boy. There you go. It looks like Ryan Gutiel did actually get the better there of his opponent, so he actually snuck one over. Now he's just going to see if he can catch up to Jared Korth. Wesley Molno dropping back a not insignificant amount. I think he's going to be a little bit unhappy with that, to be honest. So we'll have to see what they look like when they come back across the start line here. This is a competitive grouping. It's obviously, multiple classes mixed together, Brian, so it's not the worst thing in the world in terms of having to must win or anything like that. But they certainly have their pride. Yeah,
Operator is learning how to use new equipment this weekend.
It's a good opportunity right there. You see that little banner down at the bottom that Brian has prepared for this broadcast. Good opportunity to remind you, if you're interested in being a sponsor of the Racing Network, the broadcast here at Buttonwillow, I mean, every little bit helps. Brian obviously puts these on pretty much free every weekend, every race weekend for Cal Club. So any sponsorship or anything, we'll get you on the stream. Every viewer will see you. Every person who watches the playbacks will see you. Every person who listens to the playbacks will hear about you. So as you can see here, turn 6, this is brought to you by theraceschool.com, one of our supporters. And then we have the Porterfield Brakes. It's another big sponsor here as well. They've been helping us out for quite some time. Turn 8, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. That's Brian's podcast. You can find out more information about that on the Racing Network as well. So you've got a plethora of stuff for you here, but Brian's got a deep library of content for you on the Inside the SCCA podcast. If you're a semi-pro racing fan, you've got tons to listen to from a bunch of different perspectives, all sorts of drivers, not just Cal Club, all over the country, because you obviously do traveling for the Super Tour and what have you. So you've built a great library of content there for anybody who's interested in that sort of thing, and it covers all sorts of things. So well worth checking out. But yes, couldn't do any of it without sponsors. So if you're thinking about that, don't hesitate to get in touch. Meanwhile, back in the world of Group 1, Ryan Gutiel finally finds his way around Jared Korth, but Jared Korth himself, he didn't want to give that up, the number 27 car. He's about a second behind Ryan, or 0.1 of a second, I should say, behind Ryan Gutiel, but now Wesley Molno's back in the mix as well.
All right, it's time for our full field rundown here at the midway point, brought to you by raceschool.com.
Well, my computer is not wanting to cooperate, so I can.
I'll help you.
Yeah, you might be able to help me out here.
Right.
Let's start at the top. In first place, number 72, Michael Newmeyer. He's the current leader. In second place, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In third, number 27, Jared Korth. In fourth, number 67, John Davies. In fifth, number 111, Wesley Molno. In sixth, number 15, Bryce Johnson. In seventh, number 32, the aforementioned Michael Lewis. In eighth, number 49, Ryan Hazelton. In ninth, number 6, David J. Oram. In 10th, number 63, Ron Tanamura. In 11th, number 28, Chris Kroll. In 12th, number 96, Christina Etherington. Followed by Steven Karatsus, Dale Shoemaker, Sayo Haraishi, Bakar Begovic, Matteo Siderman, and Chris Qualls. And that is your mid-race update brought to you by raceschool.com. Thank you for providing your monitor for me there.
That's okay. Teamwork.
Yep.
Teamwork makes the dream work, so they tell me.
Yep. The internet has just the internet browser has decided it doesn't want to tell me who's racing.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to know. It is fun, folks. It sounds. I know it sounds like we're maybe complaining, but we're
No,
not. I
we're
think
having
we're actually having a good time. The attitude of the track this weekend, Brian, has been positively jubilant.
That's right.
So everybody's having a great time, which is good.
Our next race up is going to be after our lunch period. The timing
yes.
for that should be around 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, and that race will be FE2 FXA Street Sports Racing. And I think we have just one P car or a couple of P cars.
We had a handful yesterday, but some of them had some problems. So whether or not we're going to see them back out or not, that's
Johnny Crean's mechanic was working on the car last night, so I think he'll be back out.
Johnny Crean was smoking for about half that race and didn't want to pull off despite getting mechanical black. So. He's good. I mean, he was good. He's fine, but it just something was not what it should have been.
That's right.
So, but we'll get into all of that a little bit later. For now, this race actually is starting to open up a little bit. That top four grouping that we've been talking about has actually broken up their gaps just a little bit, about a second now between Michael Newmeyer and Jared Korth. Ryan Gutiel coming up on a almost 2-second gap now, and Michael Newmeyer is really putting on the speed here to try and get bigger openings between Jared Korth and Ryan Gutiel, putting almost 2 seconds between himself and Michael Newmeyer. I mean, they've been racing for almost 20 minutes now, which means that they have about 10 minutes left. That's a couple of laps. So if you are sitting in the position of, say, Jared Korth, you have a 2-second gap to make up. That is definitely not insurmountable at this time. But hard, but not insurmountable.
Yes.
Well, now this is a bit of a complication.
Uh-oh.
It sounds like Ryan Gutiel trying to get around, maybe you're trying to get in the mix here, might have actually tapped to the backside of Michael Newmeyer. It seems like everybody's continued for now, but we can probably double check to see how things are going in just a minute. I just hear the call coming across the network that there was some body-to-body contact between Gutiel and Newmeyer. So that's gonna happen, I think, when they're racing quite as tight as they have been in that front grouping. I mean, you've seen them, folks, on camera now multiple times. You see how close they all are, but hopefully nobody out of sorts right there.
That's right. Body-to-body contact. Racing in Buttonwillow, or a title of a 70s B movie.
Yes, very much so. But unfortunately, it seems like everybody's just like continued on a pace. So there's no huge blow up or anything, literally or figuratively.
Little punchy this morning.
Yeah,
Just a little punchy this morning.
waiting to see. I mean, I'm honestly waiting to see if we have something happen that puts us under a full flag yellow. So I'm just kind of I'm on tenterhooks right here waiting, because we saw that a lot yesterday. Drivers are, I think, I thought that they would, and I said at the start of this, I thought they were going to be a little bit more aggressive today.
That's
but
not
I think
what race car drivers do.
No,
They never take it easy.
No, they don't. But with the way that conditions are, maybe they're being a little bit more cautious, all things considered.
Yeah, there's levels of cautiousness, right?
That's true. That is very true. Yeah, there's levels of cautious. Yeah. I mean, apparently the track's driving pretty well. At least that's what I heard.
Yeah,
so.
I can actually see a dry line forming right now.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to somebody, and they were saying that you can see the line. You just have to try and hold it, which is, easier said than done, obviously, when it comes to road racing. But that's the goal, at least right now.
Oh, and I don't have. I might be able to. Hold on. So that's where we're at.
Oh, wow. You got a weather map and everything.
And yeah, I was surprised
exciting.
it was able to pull it up. And it is still damp behind us here. So, but if we can get through this little spot here that looks like a little bit of clearing, you see San Luis Obispo over there on the left. That's what I was talking to. If you go off at turn 8, You just slide all the way to San Luis Obispo.
Yeah, I see it. You
But
got to
anyway.
get across that lake first, but you
Yeah.
know, surmountable. That's
Exactly.
fine.
Nothing's impossible here. So
Yeah, no, that's actually that's a great illustration of how things are going. I think the rain is moving upstate, so hopefully we're not going to see too much more of it here today. We might have I imagine we'll have cloudy skies for the rest of the day, but in terms of actual rain, hopefully we're at the tail end of that, let's say. So
fingers crossed, right?
I hope so. I mean, it does put a bit of a damper on things, not to the point where it's like too bad or whatever, but it does put a bit of a damper on things to have that rain. So
Well, but the other thing is, it is what we do, you know, and it's part of
True,
the challenge of
true.
road racing with SCCA, and the other thing is, there are some drivers who are really capable in the rain,
You're right.
and then there are other drivers who just hate it. So you will often find people running up front in a rain race that you might not see running up front in a non-rain race, and that's part of the whole skill set here, especially if you've got someone who may have moved to Southern California from a part of the country that's a lot wetter, and they've done a lot
Yes.
of wet weather racing.
Yeah, I was just about to say we genuinely just don't get a lot of
Right.
it.
Right.
There's maybe one, maybe two races a year at Buttonwillow that would have this kind of weather.
Yeah.
So, but if you're going anywhere else in Southern California, that likelihood remains about the same. So
Next weekend, our friends from the Pacific Northwest, Scotty B. White and his crew will be coming down for the Super Tour, and they will be doing a rain dance because they know all about racing in the rain.
they want it. They want that.
Exactly.
I can't blame them, to be honest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's our next big event here. Is that in February is the Super Tour, so that's going to be really exciting. A lot of out-of-staters coming in to have a crack at the circuit here as well. Really give it a good christening here from a big group. I mean, we've had, like I said, big groups here all weekend, so it's been a real pleasure to watch, and hopefully the new track is going to inspire people to just keep coming out here and plugging away. That's my sincere hope, at least, is that we keep getting group numbers like this for the next couple of races here at the circuit.
yeah.
Maybe we'll get enough time on the circuit that people will start to get nostalgic for the classic course.
Right,
And
that's exactly
then
what-
they'll
that
show
would
up
be
for the
awesome.
classic as well. Well, you were the one yesterday saying that they should alternate on race days.
Yeah.
So, what a horrific logistical concept, but a fun racing concept.
All right, so we've got 3 laps to go, and 25 minutes elapsed. So I am not certain we're gonna end up there at the end.
No.
So
Ryan Gutiel, though, he will end up in second place. He gets around Jared Korth, so somewhere out there in the mix, he managed to get his one over. The gap between him and John Davies, though, for third and fourth, or Jared Korth and John Davies, is about 10 seconds. So we're not going to see any change there. Wesley Molno in that number 111 car, he might actually be able to get over John Davies here too, and we'll see. That's another one to keep an eye on, 0.5 of a second. But still, the top 3 remaining remarkably competitive. Michael Neumeier really having to put in a shift here today to stave off the attentions of Korth and Gutiel. Gutiel, in fact, already has the best lap time here today, 2:05.602. Might be the best lap time so far for that class for this track. I'll have to go check what was set yesterday, but certainly he's been putting the pressure on Neumeier this entire time. And it's good to see a battle for the top 3, a genuine out-and-out battle for those top 3 spots.
Glenn Olive in the chat asks, what group is this? This is Group 1, so this is our touring. Let me put it up here. I can actually do that. This is our touring STU. It's not next race. It is this race. Touring STL GT3U group. So we're going to have a short break after this for lunch, and then we will come right back with 6 more races this afternoon. Russ Lundgren is in the chat. Hey, Russ, how you doing? Good morning from, I believe, up north of us. I think he comes to us from the Bay Area, I believe, or maybe even up in Oregon. He'll correct me here. Or he'll let me know. He'll let me know. Anyway, good to have you here in the chat. If you're watching, hit that like button and subscribe. I see 30 people watching and 1 like. Let me see if there's anyone else the likes don't update unless you refresh. I've learned that. So let me refresh. Let's see. 4 likes. That's awesome. Let's see some more people hit that. Smash the like button. That's what the kids tell me anyway.
Well, Leslie Molno, by the way, had an opportunity to get around John Davies. Did not find it. He went on and off. So, or off and on, I should say. So that probably going to set him back here in the grand scheme of things.
All right. Our top 5 right now, Michael Newmeyer, Ryan Gutiel, Jared Korth, John Davies, and Wesley Molno. This here has quickly become my favorite camera and a little corner section here. We saw a bunch of side-by-side. We saw like 2 or 3 rows of side-by-side racing, and it wasn't on the first race lap either, which is kind of cool. There's a nice little pass there by that, I believe that's an RX-7, an old-school GT3 RX-7.
I'll have to trust you on that one.
Yeah, I was. My eyes could be deceiving me, but that looked a little bit like that white over blue.
Need a like one of those silhouette spotter charts like they have for World War II or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
What plane is this? What race car is this?
Exactly.
As someone who doesn't spend a ton of time around cars, sometimes it can be a bit challenging, I must admit.
Newmeyer, Gutiel, Korth, Davies, Molno, that's your top 5. Then Bryce Johnson, Michael Lewis, Rylan Hazelton, David Oram, and Ron Tanamura. That's your top 10.
And of that top 10, that top 3 remains very competitive here.
Yes.
Ryan Gutiel about half a second, a little over half a second behind Michael Newmeyer. Jared Korth about 0.3 of a second behind Ryan. So very much keeping it competitive up there at the front. Just seeing what happens here.
Yes.
Just seeing what happens here on the last lap. The white flag is out. So if Ryan Gutiel wants to take that first place spot over Michael Newmeyer, he's going to have to do it here. He doesn't have a lot of choice. He was closing the gap as they came across the line.
Let's see if I can pick him up here coming through. No, that's not it. The Gutiel car is powder blue, I believe.
Yeah, Gutiel is blue. Yes, blue 116. He's noticeable.
Yep, that's Michael Lewis.
That is Michael Lewis. Yeah.
That was the RX-7 I was
That's
talking
not
about.
yeah, it's not Gutiel.
I think.
We might actually see him cross the finish
Yeah, I
line
think I had a hard time
in a minute.
finding him.
Yes. We're just waiting now.
That's right. Waiting for them to exchange the flags from the white.
Yeah, to unsheathe the checkered flag. Only a matter of
Right.
time.
Unleash the beast.
Only a matter of time. Waiting for lunch. It looked warm. It was warm lunch today. I was like, oh, good. That's what I need.
Yes.
Got into the shack this morning and I was freezing. I haven't been in enough cold weather of late, so I have to readapt. Oh, so there has been a pass. I just hear now Ryan Gutiel is in the lead coming
that's
through
good.
turn 8. So
Interesting. And of course,
116 Blue is the leader in turn
Okay.
9 coming down to turn 10. So
you should see them coming into our view any moment now.
heart going out to Michael Newmeyer right there, who's run this race so clean. Here comes it. Here it comes.
Yep, it does look like coming across the line this time by. Who is it going to be? Ryan Gutiel is going to be your race winner. Michael Newmeyer second. Jared Korth will finish third. That's your top 3 provisionally. We'll go through the full field rundown in just a few seconds. Let's let some more cars come across the line. Make sure there's no more last lap passes.
Feel a bit, like I said, I feel a bit rough for Michael Newmeyer because he's been doing such a good job
Yeah.
all that time. But this is what happens.
You know, you could run the whole race. You can run 14 laps in first
It's literally
place,
what
but you know
happened.
There's literally only one lap that's really important, and that is the 15th and final lap.
The truth of the matter is he was always just a little bit slower
Yep.
than Ryan Gutiel for the back half of that race. Ryan Gutiel just picking up speed, setting that fastest lap time, just faster each lap. And, you know, you can only stave him off for so long when he's hugging your rear the entire time. So let's go ahead and do, shall we do our unofficial race results here
Yes.
at the tail end. So starting with your overall race winner, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In second place, number 72, Michael Newmeyer. In third, number 27, Jared Korth. In fourth, number 67, John Davies. In fifth, number 15, Bryce Johnson. In sixth, number 49, Ryan Hazelton. In seventh, number 6, oh, he was so close, David J. Oram. In eighth, number 63, Ron Tanamura. In ninth, number 96, Christina Etherington. In 10th, number 35, Steven Kiratsus. In 11th, number 28, Chris Kroll. In 12th, number 52, Famous Dale Shoemaker, followed by Bakir Begovic, Mateo Siderman, Sayo Haraishi, Wesley Molno, Michael Lewis, and then last but certainly not least, Chris Qualls.
All right, that is your full field rundown here, brought to you by raceschool.com. Raceschool.com, the place to learn how to race cars out here on the West Coast. Check them out. They do everything from full competition schools to the to performance driving schools, driver safety schools. If you got a teen or an adult who would like to learn how to be a little safer in their street car, they have it all. Raceschool.com. Check them out. Also want to give a big thank you to our good friends at Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are the presenting sponsor of our races here. This is the Andy Porterfield Memorial SCCA Majors. Porterfield Brakes has been a great supporter and sponsor of our broadcast here for the first couple of seasons, for all the seasons we've done it. And a big thank you to them. All your braking needs, whether street car or race car, go to porterfield-brakes.com. All right, we're going to take a break. We come back about an hour from now for race number 2. And it'll be 6 more races throughout the whole afternoon. Take care, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Belansky, Tristan Parker here for the inaugural race weekend for this brand new racetrack. Let's take a look at the track map real quick. And here is what we know about the circuit at Buttonwillow. It is 2.56 miles long, 4.11 kilometers. That's 10 turns, all asphalt, brand new asphalt. First race yesterday, 2025. 10 turns, you can see them there. And it is a pretty fun racetrack. Drivers seem to love it, at least at the initial reports. We'll see how that goes. Tristan Parker is here with me. He's got our starting lineup.
Yes, Group 2 taking the track right now, starting in 14th, number 11, Anna Palestro, alongside her, number 10, Richard Gray, and 12th, number 2, Zach Flory, followed by number 83, Cameron Parsons, and 10th, number 64, Noah Bayi, alongside them, number 44, Paul Marino, in 8th, number 45, Thomas W. Burt, in 7th, number 35, Johnny Crean, in 6th, number 49, Chris Vion, in 5th, number 37, Corey Condit. In 4th, number 18, Tom Hope. In 3rd, number 7, Joseph Moran. In 2nd, number 8, Timothy Carroll. And then your race leader at the start, number 52, Joseph Vizo, in a 2006 Mazda Elan DPO2 from San Jose, California.
And that is our starting grid for our first race of the day. The starting grid brought to you by raceschool.com. Again, first race up is, or at least first race in the afternoon, is FE2 FXA Sports Racers, P2 and P1.
Correct.
So we're going to have some pixelation on our cameras this afternoon. I think it's kind of going to be a risk-reward kind of situation. We'll see if we can tolerate it for a little bit. And the more cameras we put up, the more pixelation we get. So I may have to take another one down to get us to sync up a little bit here. But we'll do the best we can, and we'll have fun doing it.
We certainly will here.
All right.
This was a good group yesterday. Hopefully it'll be a good group today on our second official race out here on the track.
Yep.
Mostly FE2s, some FXs, and a couple of prototype cars.
Yep.
Joseph Vizo, the leader, he is in a prototype. Those are your prototypes on that sidebar, actually. Joseph Vizo, Joseph Moran, Chris Bian, and Johnny Crean. Johnny Crean had a less than pleasant race yesterday. A lot of smoke coming out of his car, but he managed to get it all fixed and underway. So that was good news for him. There's Timothy Carroll as well being represented. Tom Hope, that'll be, I think, the FE2 drivers there. So Tom Hope, Corey Condit, Thomas W. Burt, Paul Marino, Noham Bayi. And then, of course, that one ASR car of Richard Gray.
And we should see the green flag here coming up if all goes well. There it is. Green flag is in the air. Race 2 underway. 2 races of 6 this afternoon. And here they come going into turn 1 for the first time. It's still a little damp out there, so we'll see how these cars negotiated. We had started to get a drying racetrack. I don't believe it rained at all during lunch.
It did, unfortunately.
Oh, it did?
It sprinkled very lightly. We've been getting kind of intermittent showers here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park most of the day. Like you said, there was a bit of a clear patch there for a while, then it sort of came back, and we'll see how it goes. Certainly adding another layer of challenge here to the new track for these drivers. Not exactly the conditions I think they were hoping and dreaming of here for weekend number 1, but the ones that they're going to have to deal with. It's dried out a bit in terms of the mud, I think, maybe. I don't know. You were out there, so you have a better idea.
Yes, it has dried up a little bit.
Yeah, which is good. So that's one less thing I think we have to worry about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption there.
No, I had a judicious use of the mute button, so.
Oh, okay, we're good. All right. Yeah, no, sorry. We were just I'm holding out here. Oh boy. Alrighty. We had some good races so far yesterday. We had a good Group 1, so we're gonna hopefully have a good Group 2 here as well. I mean, a lot of racing still to come across the totality of the Sunday. It's a mixed group, so they're not necessarily going to be gunning to get each other, but they'll be gunning, I guess, in the context of their groups. Who was it that I said had pole position here? It was Joseph Vizo. Looks like that didn't hold out there when they came across the line. So I don't know if something happened, maybe, because I'm not getting Timothy Carroll as the top, but we'll We'll see what the update looks like once they cross again. Sometimes that's how it goes. But yes, new track, lots of excitement. Everybody's very eager to be here today. Yeah, sure enough, Timothy Carroll's now in that pole position, that lead spot. He's in a Formula X or an FX. Thomas W. Burt in the FA2 following behind him, about a second gap. And then deeper in, Tom Hope, Noah Hambai. So I'm not entirely sure what happens to Joseph Bizzo, Joseph Moran, etc., etc. They may not be racing today. It's entirely possible. Sometimes you get listed even if you're not racing.
Well, if they entered, they'd stay on the list, and if they were here yesterday and chose not to run today, they've actually qualified for the race.
I think that's probably what's happened.
So,
we've got some qualifiers who aren't out there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
About half the list by the looks of it, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's okay. That's the way it goes.
They may have decided no rain tires, no likey.
That's almost certain. I was just gonna say, probably has something to do with the rain.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be out there without, rain tires if it's wet. Especially in these cars too, because these cars go, they're nippy and fast and they're open wheels and et cetera, et cetera. So
Early leaders coming through turn 6, heading down towards turn 7. This is an uphill hairpin. They come to the top of the hill, they make this big 180-degree hairpin. It's more like a paper clip than a hairpin.
they make that big hairpin and then it's into a very long straight.
Yep. Long,
down.
little with a little downhill thing.
Yep, and then into a left-hander and then another hairpin. So a good spot for picking up speed. We've seen a lot of people try and make passes there too to just get on the inside edge of that uphill. There's definitely a line that's formed out there that cars are trying to follow to a certain extent over the course of the first race and the qualifying this morning. Then here they come down the Lerdo Highway. So that's running the opposite direction. So you may see a car going down that direction. And that'll be kind of what brings them into a sort of turn that leads back towards the straightaway. I don't know what you necessarily call that. A couple of quite shallow turns, to be honest. So
It's as close to we get it to S's.
pretty much, yeah. It's as close as you get to S's, yeah.
They aren't S's by any stretch, but it's as close as we're going to get.
No, it's like I said, it's pretty shallow. Unlike the classic course, there's not a ton of difficulty on this one. Like there's not a lot of those.
It's a less technical course.
That's
no
exactly what I was gonna say. Actually, yeah, it's not crazy technical. There's no S's, there's no real like chicanes or anything like that. It's mostly just turns and straights. So, I mean, I guess that describes most race courses, but
it does actually.
Yeah, it's mostly
now
just
that you
turns.
mention it.
Now that I mention it, it's mostly just turns and straights. There's just two. I think those are the two very tight turns. Are the 6 turn and the 8 turn, the hairpin turns, like this one here, and then the one that you can kind of see all the way down in the distance.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that I think have been giving drivers also kind of the most problems, especially that 8 hairpin is just kind of a challenge, right? Because you come down off the straight and then you really have to whip around.
I will say, going back to the track map for a second here, I'm gonna wrong button. Really?
That's our next race.
That's our next race, by the way. If you go back to the track map for just a second here.
Yeah.
The one corner that we don't have camera on is turn number 3. That is also a really tight corner.
That's a nasty one,
and a
too,
little
yeah.
harder to negotiate. I know that was giving some drivers some fits yesterday in the dry. So 3 would be a somewhat technical tight turn, and then the 9-10 combination. It looks a lot bigger. That straightaway between 9 and 10 looks a lot bigger than it is. It's a really short. It's more like a short shoot. And then that turn 8 combination is really hard because you got that right hander, and then it comes really tight to more than a 90 degrees.
Yeah,
There's a little bit of technical, but not as much as the other track. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, there's still definitely challenges I think the drivers are going to have to contend with, but it's all new too. I mean, that's the other thing is everybody's sort of. I mean, we've done plenty of practice laps now.
Right.
We did a race obviously yesterday. We've done 2 qualification sessions. but it's still a lot of learning to be done in how to handle this. Where you compare it especially to the classic track at Buttonwillow, which has been raced on for years and years and years and years and years, and everybody kind of knows what you want to do. It's been analyzed unto death, actually, if we're being really honest with ourselves. So many driving schools, drivers with onboard cameras, with teams looking at their lines, what maximizes speed. None of that really exists quite yet for this.
It was funny because I was waiting to try to figure out where we were going to put cameras this weekend because I'd seen really no good video of the track in its final form, where the flag stations were going to be, which is typically where I can put a camera. And finally on Wednesday, someone at the test session posted up a video, and I was able to start making some plans. But yeah, so little out there. We talked about Russ before the chat. In the chat, and he lived. I said either Northern California or Oregon. It's actually Spokane, Washington. So keep going north.
Pacific Northwest.
Yes.
You were close. Sure, why not? At least you didn't say like Maine.
That's true.
So could have been way off the mark.
At least I was right on the right side of the Continental Divide.
Right side of the Continental Divide. There you go. It's interesting because there's not like track footage readily available, as you were saying. You can go pretty much on YouTube, and I'm sure you can find many videos, in fact, of onboard cameras handling Buttonwillow in its various configurations. But the circuit, you're not going to find that just yet. So I like it. I like the challenge that it's posing to drivers. I like the way in which drivers are seeing the ways in which drivers are learning and adapting to this track. It's all very fresh and new. And we're going to be here for a good few races this year, if I remember correctly. We're going to be a couple more this spring. And then back at fall, we're doing a couple at the Classic. Then I think we're back here again for at least another one. So, gonna have plenty of time for people to get used to it. It's also brought in a lot of people, which has been nice. I mean, we mentioned that in Group 1, but we have a ton of attendees here this weekend. Some of the biggest groups that we've ever seen. Everybody very excited to take part in being, the first on this track here at the Andy Porterfield Memorial. It's also the 75th anniversary of Cow Club, which you mentioned a bit yesterday, so we got a lot going on.
Yeah,
here this weekend.
We're having a good time with
rain. We've got a shack that we're in. It's all crazy out here. 75th anniversary, what have you? Lots of yellows yesterday. A lot cleaner so far here today. So it's been a bit wild. Love it.
Yeah.
Also, there's a whole nother event going on the other track.
There is.
So it's great. I'm very into it. I think it's quite a bit of fun.
Yeah, when we pop up the turn 4 camera, you'll see some cars. Oh, wrong button.
Yeah, you'll see cars going the opposite direction.
There they are, going the wrong way there.
Perfectly illustrative.
That is the other event going on, and that is the Star Mazda turn that they're going through at the other track. And it's interesting because that was the whole point of building a second track, was so that we could run 2 concurrent races, 2 concurrent events, and utilize the space out here. And because the classic track was booked more than 300 days a year, so, and all of those weekends, which means there were weekends where other organizations wanted to come and race and couldn't. So we saw the need, and when I say we, I am a Cal Club member, and the track here is owned by Cal Club. So.
Justified we, not a royal we.
Yes, it is not me. I do not own the track. I am merely a participant and a member of the club that does.
Yes, exactly. You pay your dues. You've contributed.
I do.
It's certainly a cool new environment out here too. Good, cool new facilities, all that jazz. We're not quite in those buildings yet, but we will be soon. So that's going to be fun when that's all up and operational as well. And yeah, like I said, a great, very positive atmosphere here this weekend. I mean, it's always a positive atmosphere at these races, but very excited people to have a chance at this. Yeah. It's been a long time coming. Everybody's been very eager for this. So
yes.
It's very true. Timothy Carroll, by the way, speaking of eager, just continues to lead this out. He set his best time on lap number 5, 158.573. No one really in a hair's breadth of catching him. The closest is Tom Bird, and he's about 6-7 seconds behind. Everybody else is spacing out here for what is essentially a nice Sunday drive. I'd like to say that there was a bit more kind of quote-unquote racing going on, but no, not really. Everybody's just kind of doing their own thing, which is fine. Honestly, we're okay with that.
Noah Humbaye in the 64 car has had a little moment
Uh-oh.
Apparently, his front left wing is bent up 30 degrees.
Ooh.
I do not believe that is aerodynamically helpful.
I'm not a physicist, but I can't imagine that it's gonna help you. Is that a physicist who would calculate that?
An
engineer.
an engineer of some
Yeah.
sort.
Math.
Yes.
Math bad.
Yes, that's why I'm a journalist.
Numbers big. Math bad. I don't. Yeah. It's all very confusing, but yeah, no, it's going well. Also, again, another fast lap. Timothy Carroll, he's just picking up speed. He's really working that. He's in a 2024 Tatis APTO. Tatis. There's no way that's Tatis.
I think it is.
Tatus. Maybe
Titus. I'm sorry, Titus.
Titus. Oh my gosh. I should anyway, Titus. APTO21. So he's from Pacific Palisades as well. So let him have his win here today. He's earned that. Neighborhood's earned it. So
yeah,
I'll have a go on that. But yeah, it's fun. We don't always see just pure 2024 cars. It's not a very common sight, but in this group, I'd say this is some of the more, this tends to be newer cars, right? The prototypes and what have you. I mean, there's a reason they're called that, because I think there's 2 Ligers running in this as well, 2 F4 Ligers that are also 2024 bodies.
And we should mention that, while we are having fun up here in Kern County, we want to recognize all of the folks in. Oh my gosh, there's a car transporter. Let's hope they don't cross over.
I hate those things. Anyway, I digress.
Just want to acknowledge that Southern California's been hit really hard over the last month or so with a lot of fires and tons of destruction and all of that, and that all of us at Cal Club and at the SCCA, we want to let all of them know that you're all in our thoughts and prayers. And the fire came not far from my house, about a mile away, the Eaton fire. So I'm fully aware of all of what's going on back home, and we're all with you in our thoughts, and we hope you all for a speedy recovery. So.
Yeah, no, definitely 100%. It hasn't necessarily been the focus of the weekend just because everybody's been so excited about the new track, but definitely people have been thinking about it. So much love out to those communities. Does sound like there is a car stalled out somewhere.
It's I don't know what the car number is, but it's right at the apex of turn 2, which means it's just downstream from what this camera is. So there's a big sweeping left-hander here, which is called turn 2, so it could be anywhere along that spot. And
what?
And it's stalled right on the apex, and they say it's high-sided, so which means it's got 2 wheels on the pavement, 2 wheels off, and there's not enough. It's kind of unbalanced, so the wheels aren't on the ground anymore, and that's why it can't keep going forward. So,
one of the challenges that we have had with the new track, and this is just this almost feels like behind the scenes. But it's one of the challenges we have is there's not a lot of cuts between there's no way for a tow truck to get from one side of the track to the other without actually going on the track.
Taking the whole lap.
Yeah, so we've had all weekend when we've been getting the full course yellows or when we've been having to call out our tows, and our crew's obviously very good here at the SCC. Cal Club, they know what they're about and they're very professional, but they have been having to go on the track with the cars, which is, I think, of all the things that I've heard about the new track, that is the only complaint that I heard from multiple drivers was having to have the tow trucks on and from the tow truck guys, they don't like it either because it's just another car out there. But it is creating some small problems like this situation right now. So hopefully, everybody is good at following the rules for the most part here at Cal Club. So it's not like anybody's going to be in serious danger, but it is an inconvenience to say the least.
Sure. Yeah, my suspicion at some point, a lot of racetracks will have places like halfway through the track where they can put a tow truck and just keep it there.
Yes.
So it's closer to that half of the racetrack. That is the situation we don't have ready yet.
Yeah, there's a specific reason. Is because the center of the racetrack contains a habitat for the endangered giant kangaroo rat. So we can't. They can't build a road through that thing's front yard. Though certainly the giant kangaroo rats are probably not having the best of days now that the racetrack is open next door. But you never know. Maybe they're into it. Anyway, that's why we have to have the tow trucks go around the full length, but something that probably will be worked on over time here. Just another, again, brand new track, so everything is a bit of a learning experience. Which is, I think, also just as an aside, one of the reasons why everybody seems so happy to be here this weekend.
Of course.
It's genuinely a new experience for all you old hands. So
There you go.
it's all new for me, mostly. Like, you know, I haven't been here for years and years and years, so it's all still pretty exciting. But yeah, definitely new indeed. Race basically maintaining the same pacing as last time. Trying to get an idea of who that car is. I have a suspicion that it is Thomas W. Burt, the number 45.
And you are correct.
Yeah, because he's way down now on the timing poll, and usually that only happens if it's somebody who's fallen off. But the top lead here, if you want to do, we're halfway through the race, Brian. We might as well do it if you're in for it here.
Yep.
Your mid-race rundown brought to you by RaceSchool.com. In first place, number 8, Timothy Carroll, who just set another fast lap here. In second, number 45, it was Thomas W. Bird. It is now number 18, Tom Hope. In third, number 64, Noah Hambai. In fourth, number 2, Zach Forey. In third, well, that seems appropriate. In fifth, number 35, Johnny Crean. In sixth, number 44, Paul Marino. In seventh, number 11, Anna Palestro. And then, of course, Tom Burt, to his misfortune, has dropped down to last place, probably because he's going to be done here today, unless they can get that car back on and get it running, which does happen. But he will probably come in last regardless.
Right.
So 8 cars on the track right now. Each of these laps today or each of these races today, I should say, what is it, 30 minutes or 16 laps is the setting?
Just flat out 30 minutes.
Oh, it's just 30 minutes? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. The schedule that I looked at earlier said 30 or 16. This schedule says just 30.
Yeah.
So 30 minutes here today. 25 yesterday, so a little bit of time added here for these drivers. And we're just letting it run it out. I have to give credit to Timothy Carroll. He is not despite this not being much of a race, the closest car is Tom Hope, who's 34 seconds behind him. He has not slowed down at all. He is maintaining his speed. He is now, I believe, hitting about a 155.478. His fastest lap of the race so far was lap number 9. So he is just still trucking along. In his FX car, which, hey, yeah, more power to him. Let him have it.
This is our second race of the day, FE2 FX, a sports racer and prototype. We have one lonely A sports racer out there, Richard Gray.
Right, we did have him out there.
Is he not racing
I'm not
today?
sure he's racing today.
Well,
I thought I saw him in the start, but he might have pulled out. Again, it maybe it's probably just weather, nice rain and stuff. It's not necessarily worth it, right, to put your car through the paces if you don't want to. So, but yeah, he's not out there today, I don't think. So we're down to just 8 cars. So it's mostly, for what it's worth, it's mostly FXs and FE2s. There's only one prototype running today. We had about 4 yesterday, but we're down to just 1 today, and that's going to be Joseph Vizo, who was the pole position, or Johnny Crean, I'm sorry, who was doing quite well for himself coming out of qualifying, but he's just there now.
There was our tow truck racing to wherever it needed to be raced to. Or maybe it just yanked that car free of its surly bonds and let it go.
I do think that's actually what's
just
happened.
Coming home without anybody on board, because that truck was going awfully fast for having a car on it.
No, I think Thomas Bird is just racing again. He's just far back. So a lap or so, maybe at this point in time.
So coming up on about 9 minutes to go in this race.
Yes, 9 minutes to go. We're still just trucking along. Timothy Carroll continues to hold that lead, continues to put on speed. He's up on his 10th lap now, and that was his best time so far, 155.075 seconds. So he's at full tilt. No hesitation here at all. Tom Hope coming in second place right now, the 2006 Mazda FE2. He's just he's holding position. He doesn't have to really do much on this one. He's got a good lap advantage, I think, over Noah Hambai. The only person actually who is in danger of being passed here is Noah Hambai. He's got a competition in the form of Zach Forey. That number 2 car is about a was about 2 seconds behind, now about 1.8 seconds behind. So something for Noah Hambai to think about. They are, after all, different groups, an FX versus an FE2, but it's still, you know, a matter of pride there, I think, for Zach to try and get that one around if he can figure it out. Our next group coming up will be Group 3, just FYI. We saw it a little bit earlier, so that's something to keep in mind right there. GT1s, GT2s, GTXs, but a lot going in. Yesterday it was mostly GTs and spec Corvettes.
Yep.
So we actually had to do a split start yesterday in that Group 3 because we had so many cars. So if we have to do that again, that'll something you want to be around for. 100%. Another fast lap from Timothy Carroll. Again, he's just going in faster and faster. He's really heating up his tires, and he's just into it, Brian. He's at 153 now, so shaved almost 2 seconds off his time right there. Wild stuff.
Yeah, we talked about earlier how it was really muddy off track, and you had said, oh, it looks dry, and then I pulled up the camera 6 where you could actually see my footprints from going to put the camera out this morning. When I went out to put the rest of the cameras out here during lunch after the rain stopped, it dries up really fast offline. I mean, we are so dry out here. We haven't had rain in months. But the ground has soaked up that moisture very, very quickly. There are still some really muddy spots, like this hill that I had to walk up was still a bit moist when I went out there a little while ago.
See it, no footprints on that one.
But if a car gets up on that hill, they kind of deserve to stay there for the
yeah,
rest of the race,
that would take a certain level of skill to get that deep off the track.
Skill in air quotes.
Skill in air quotes. Yeah, yes. No, it's a talent at that point if you get that far in. But yes,
you've never seen me drive a race car, have you?
Oh no, I have not. No, no. But yes, no footprints on that shot.
There's a reason why I'm a microphone jockey right now.
Yes, that's I can understand completely. Same boat, I think. Unfortunately, don't have the reflexes for it. Probably never have.
Yeah.
So that's just how it's gonna be. Yeah, it's quite funny sometimes. It's like when you put these cameras up, I'll see you. It's like a trail cam out in nature. You're just wandering around.
That's right.
Like the Bigfoot tape.
I'm more like a Yeti.
Like a Yeti?
I'll be honest with you. I feel more Yeti-like.
I feel like as like a big nerd, I should know what the name of that Bigfoot tape is, but I'll have to go look it up after this. Anyway, 6 minutes left in the race here. Timothy Carroll still firmly in the lead. Not much cooking out there, truth be told. These guys just having a good time with it, which is what we like to see, as long as everybody's keeping their nose clean and not causing any problems. Tom Burt can confirm he's back out there again. I just saw him go by on the turn 6 camera.
There you go.
He's blue and yellow.
Pete Rose in the chat. I'm guessing not that Pete Rose.
Not that Pete Rose.
The ghost of Pete Rose.
Oh wow.
Says he wishes he was out there. We wish you're out here too. Come on.
Yeah, you can get out here very easy. You can just check out the website there. What is it? CalClub.com? Is that where we're operating on?
Yeah.
CalClub.com. That finds out all the kind of information about how you can enter the race if you want to be a volunteer. We're constantly looking for volunteers for our monthly races. Come on out, have a good time, contribute. Need every role pretty much down here. And of course, if you're just interested in road racing in general, you can always go look at the Sports Car Club of America. In fact, I should say road racing in general. It's not even the only thing that they do, right?
Oh,
Cal Club does rally cross and all sorts of stuff. So there's plenty of ways that you can get involved if you're interested. And again, like we said, always use more volunteers. Always happy to have more people out here. And if you can't make it out of the track, you can, of course, listen to these broadcasts on the Racing Network. Brian's got all the videos saved. You can also check out Brian's podcast, the Inside the SCCA podcast. He's got tons of content there from all across Cal Club, from all across SCCA, all covering every base of racing, from iRacing rigs to what it takes to be a driver, what the journey is like for some of these guys and the stories that they have. And there are plenty of great stories in these crews, 2BH. Tom Hope setting his fastest time, by the way, on that last lap, at 1:57, catching up. Zach Forey behind him at 2:04. That's one of those the 2024 Ligiers that we were talking about. He's putting down the paces as well. At a certain point with these guys, too, I think it is just kind of almost becoming a race against their own ghost car, Brian. They're just seeing how fast they can go now on the new track. And it's not raining right now, so they can kind of let it out just a little bit, which is better than I think we can say for group number 1, who had, I would definitely say more adverse conditions, but we had a weird sequence of weather here this weekend. So.
There's definitely a dry line growing.
Yes, definitely.
Pete Rose says he wanted to know if Joe Moran was out there today. He did not come out for the race this morning.
He did not.
He being here yesterday.
He was racing yesterday. He's not out there today on the track. Yeah, unfortunate.
He says he's just a pit guy for Ben Valentine. Never call yourself just a pit guy. You're more important than the driver.
You can't function. You can't function without the pit guy. The pit guy is absolutely necessary. We were just talking about Johnny Crean's pit guys were working late last night.
Overtime.
Yeah, to get his car functional because that poor 2017 Dauntless Store was lit up like a cigar for half the race yesterday. Not actually on fire, I should say, but smoking quite badly. To the point where he got multiple mechanical blacks, and he finished his race if I remember correctly. But yeah, there's definitely something that needed to be fixed. Oh, Timothy Carroll again, by the way. Whew.
And there was Johnny Crean's car as he came now.
It's not smoking again.
It is not smoking today, so which either means they fixed it or it's out of oil. And if it's out of oil, we'll have another problem here in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, but yeah, Timothy Carroll, another really fast lap, 151.91. So he is just having himself a hell of a little race there, operating largely against himself. Truth be told, shouldn't be down to this category now where we're going to get that white flag. I can see the starter stand. It's one of the few things that we can see from our little shack here on the sidelines. So I can see that they have unsheathed the white flag.
Or you could look at the camera.
They could look at the camera as well. Yeah, no, I guess this giant monitor in front of me would also work. Sometimes you want to see things with your own eyes, you know. Seeing is believing here.
I provide Tristan with this nice 40-inch monitor, and he wants to look out the friggin' window, people.
This tiny little window. It's definitely not a 40-inch window. That's for sure.
What love do I get here?
But yeah, we should be seeing our last lap here shortly, and then we'll be wrapping it up. But we're gonna bang right on into Group 3. Being that it is Sunday, we're raring to go here. So we'll have Group 3 out there. That'll be the GTs and the Spec Corvettes, and then right after that we'll have another one, which is Group 4, it's the Spec Miata class. Which again, that's going to be a big group, so you're going to want to stick around for all of those there as we move on. Then there'll be a brief break, and then we'll be on to Group 6 and 7, and that will be the wrap for the day. So, white flag out.
White flag's in the air in a minute. Here it comes. There it is. Also want to welcome everybody who was watching the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Glad that you came to see some real racing here at Buttonwillow. I mean, glad that you joined us here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Don't at me, folks, for the comments. Also, don't tell me who won, because I got it all on the recorder machine at home that I'm going to go watch when I get done. So.
Some real racing, yeah. So yeah, why not?
I got a lot of friends racing at Daytona this weekend, and I always give them crap about it. So
I know.
All good. Speaking of Daytona, the last Inside the SCCA podcast was with Andy Lally, who did his final Rolex 24 at Daytona this weekend.
Oh wow!
His final competitive drive started at the SCCA way back in the day. Then became one of the best sports car racers in the world.
Cool.
And he has finished up, and now he is the president of the Trans Am Series, which is a series that SCCAers are know and love.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
Some homegrown success right there from the SCCA. So
check out the last Inside the SCCA podcast for a great conversation. I usually try to stop at an hour, but we went an hour and 25 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Don't tell anyone.
Overtime. A lot to talk about.
Broke my own rules.
Looks like we've got some drivers putting down their fastest lap times. Let's just give them a highlight just so everybody knows. Tom Hope, Zach Forey, Noah Hambai, Johnny Crean all putting in their fastest lap here as they come into their last lap. So definitely not slowing down at all here. Curious to see actually who can put up their fastest time here on this last lap. There's good motivation to do it because of course if you get the fastest time for your class, well, speaking of,
might get a certificate.
You might get a certificate.
Checkered flag in the air for your race winner, Timothy Carroll, coming across the line first. And then a long time until we get to the second
About a
place.
lap later, you'll see Tom Hope. But I think, Brian, everything's pretty set here. So we can go ahead, I think, at the end of this and give you the unofficial results here. At the end of Group 2 race, these are your unofficial results brought to you by raceschool.com. In first place, number 8, Timothy Carroll. In second, number 18, Tom Hope. The overall leader for the FE2. In third place, number 2, Zach Forey. In fourth place, number 64, Noah Hambai. In fifth place, number 35, Johnny Crean, your only prototype car in the race. In sixth place, number 44, Paul Marino. In seventh place, number 11, Anna Palestro. In eighth place, number 45, Thomas W. Berger, who did finish. Good for him. And that is the unofficial results brought to you by raceschool.com.
I also want to give a big thank you out to Porterfield Brakes, our presenting sponsor for the Cal Club races. Porterfield Brakes is where you go for all your race brake, streetcar brake needs. They also have brake fluids, a bunch of tools, great people too. If you need some tech support, you give them a call. You check them out on the website. Their website is porterfield-brakes.com. When we come back, race number 3. Hold on. Hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button.
3, I think.
It's going to be race number 3. A whole bunch of tin tops, the ground pounders, your GT cars, your spec Corvettes, Touring 1 and 2, ITE. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the Buttonwillow Raceway Park. It's a Cow Club SCCA race here. Group 3 out and ready to go. I'm Tristan Parker. Brian Bielansky will be joining us just a second, but we'll go ahead and give you the rundown here at the start of this race. It's a big group here, so bear with us. In 29th, number 116, Carl Fung. In 28th, number 37, Evan Gold. In 27th, number 90, Jeff Herbert. In 26th, number 44, Patrick Howe. In 25th, number 171, Amanda Wilson. In 24th, number 17, Michael Cheney. In 23rd, number 39, Kevin Jones. In 22nd, number 174, Dennis Uberzetzig. In 21st, number 63, Donna York. In 20th, number 32, Greg Nestor. In 19th, number 172, Janet Kopatov. In 18th, number 122, Oli Thordarson. In 17th, number 169, Christopher Miranda. In 16th, number 30, Matt Lataki. In 15th, number 10, Michael Lowe. In 14th, number 54, Man Hunter. In 13th, number 88, Robert Kelly. In 12th, number 89, Olivier Bailey. In 11th, number 14, Ross Murray. In 10th, number 11, Roger Eagleton. In 9th, number 71, Igor Liustin. In 8th, number 25, Ian McLowry. In 7th, number 24, Ben Valentine. In 6th, number 74, Ian Barbary. In 5th, number 112, Dominic Starkweather. In 4th, number 81, Simon Aslin. In 3rd, number 8, Tristan Littlehale. In 2nd, number 28, Gene Matt. And then your overall race leader here in Group 3 at the start, number 12, Michael Lewis, and a 2001 Jaguar XKR from Poway, California. That is your starting grid here as they get ready to go. We should have them on the start-finish line in just a second. Let's see if they get that green flag and get underway. I can hear the thunder of the engines here from the booth, and sure enough, there they are underway. Off we go, and already moves being made here. This was a split start yesterday, but it is no longer a split start. We are running everybody together. Now, I gave you the full field rundown there. That should, I think... Oh, no, we are doing a split start. I have been corrected. That'll be the Spec Corvettes now coming on the back end of that. So the GTs and the Spec Corvettes running separate, both groups with their green flags. And whoops, that green flag came out, and unfortunately one car got a little too excited. Somebody went spinning off there towards the wall, and honestly, I could probably pop my head up and tell you who that is if I can get out of my chair, and if the cord will allow me, because that's about 5 feet away from where I am. And you know what? I said that, and ladies and gentlemen, I thought it'd be a lot easier than this, but I can't quite see. So it's unfortunate that somebody went into the wall there at the start. That's the, you know what? It is an unofficial record, because I think that is the first person to go into the wall here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Who is that? Well, we'll find out in just a second. There. You hate to see it, folks, but hopefully nothing too serious. I mean, the close proximity here to everyone, I think, actually makes that not the worst thing, because it should be easy for us to get a tow truck out there and make sure everybody is okay. Now, what I was saying was we do have a split start. We do have that whole list rundown there. That doesn't mean that every single one of those cars is on the race course today. We've definitely had some people who showed up and then didn't want to race today for whatever reason. It's been a bit wet and a bit slick out there. But yeah, sure enough, Well, welcome back here, folks. As we get things continuing to go, you're getting a good view of the tow truck action there, so you can watch our fine SCCA recovery crews at work, and they are great. But for now, we'll just let things continue to play out here. The race itself has been going pretty well outside of that incident. Still looking to confirm whose car that is. Not entirely sure. About half our field, by the way, I should say, not racing today. So, give or take some. The weather conditions here at Buttonwillow have been a bit subpar, I think, for some of these drivers. If you don't have rain tires or the like, you're not going to want to hang out around here. So, you're just not going to want to come out here without them, because you could end up like this poor car that ended up in the wall. So, fortunately, because of the relative positioning of that car, there's no need for any sort of like full course yellow or that sort of thing. They are able to get the tow truck out there and get some eyes on that car and go on up. Yeah, it's a great racetrack, Stacey. Hopefully you will get a chance to drive it one day. I highly encourage anyone who wants to come out here and do it to give it a shot. Like we've been saying, nothing but positive feedback from the drivers here. But right now, let's see where things are in the race. Tristan Littlehale taking the lead in the GT2s, being chased by Dominic Starkweather. And we'll just be 1 second here. Alrighty. Yes, it's a great track, though. I highly advocate. If you make it out, come see it in all its glory. Drivers are loving it. We're loving it. Only thing we need is access to the buildings. So we're not cool. Yes, it will come. That will come with time. Yes, 100%. That's where we're at. But yes, there is a car in the wall. He has been cleaned up by the looks of it, so all good there. Still not sure who actually that car at the wall was, but we'll find out for you shortly. Everybody else is off and out. It Ben Valentine, by the way, somebody said Ben Valentine to third. I believe Ben Valentine is hanging out in fourth right now, overall, behind Ian Barbary, but he is third in the GT2 category. Yep. So he's doing good right there. And his nearest competition is John, I'm not sure which, and I do apologize, Jean Mayette. Who is about 2.5 seconds behind him.
I don't know if it's Jean or Jean. Why don't we call them Jean one lap and Jean the next, then half the time we'll be right.
Unless it's some other crazy name that we haven't even thought of. Getting an anonymous text from somebody, I'm not sure who it is, but I appreciate it. The car on the wall is number 44, Patrick Howe, Spec Corvette. So I think his race may be done here for the day, because it did not look like he was able to move of his own volition. But we'll see. Unfortunate start to the second race day for Patrick Howe, but that is just the way it goes sometimes. Been a couple of yes, at the green flag we saw 44 orange spin. Okay, that's the result there. We've also had, I believe, the number 112 car of Dominic Starkweather went on and off out there, so we've had a lot of kind of excitement here early on in this race. Bit of a change of pace from our last race, which was very clean and very sedate sort of affair, everybody doing their best to just maintain a clean line. Going a little bit harder here in group number 3, perhaps to be expected from the kind of big ground pounders, as you call them, big ground poundy cars. Do love this group. It's always very entertaining, and they make a hell of a racket when they come by, which is partly what you're here for if you're here for the race. But anyway, looks like Brian, you're back.
Yes,
joined
we
us.
are back.
Yes.
So it's cool because when they come past our little starting booth, or our little announcer booth here, you can actually hear them.
Booth is a generous term, but yes. You can for sure hear them. There's no doubt about that. I'll tell you what. We feel them too coming by. If somebody comes down the pit lane, that's when it really.
Exactly.
So, you know, it's quite fun to get to that experience as well. Yeah, we've been unfortunately a little bit maybe downgraded from tower to shack here on the new circuit. So, not an upgrade for everyone. The new track. The drivers are loving it. We're having fun. I'm being facetious. We're having a great time. It's the only thing I will say, and as I mentioned this before, is that it's a bit shame we cannot really see how the drivers are handling certain turns outside of these cameras. So there's a lot of learning to be done, I think, for everyone involved in this track, drivers and staff, and us here in the commentary booth to just see what it's like. Both Brian and I have driven the track, though not in a competitive setting. We have had an opportunity to at least go over it. I went through it in my car, my road car, and that was an experience. It's a cool one. It goes. You really feel it, Brian, when you're out there. You get an idea of how you can build up some real speed. And Michael Lewis, by the way, racing himself for some reason, which I love to see. Michael Lewis is one of our sort of our double dippers here. I actually am not sure that he is racing today. He might have called this one early.
Well, I think he's in. Well,
he raced earlier. He raced in another group. I don't think he's racing in Group 3 as well. He's in a lot this weekend, so he doesn't necessarily.
He's put in a time though in this race.
Has he?
The timing was up there on the board.
Let's take it. We'll figure it out. It's like I said, everything a little mutable this weekend. Very Protean experience we're having down here at the Raceway.
Yeah, he has turned 4 laps.
Oh, okay, so he is out there. I just didn't have his time updated. That's on me. Yeah, so he's running. He's running his Mazda in this one.
Yep.
The RX-7. So he's doing it. He's doing his turns. Good for him.
Yep,
Love to see it.
That should be the blue Mazda.
Yes, he is a blue Mazda, correct.
As opposed to the black and orange Jaguar that he likes to race as well.
Correct. He's a very distinctive color, black and orange Jaguar is not out there today. Or it's already been out there today, I should say.
Stacy asks if we have any in-car cameras. Well, I wish we did.
That would be great.
We have to get the drivers to share their in-car cameras with us, and they haven't so far this weekend. We're a little new to this live stream game out here as far as trying to get those on, and we're trying to coordinate better with the drivers. But hopefully that will be something we can bring to you more in the future, Stacy.
Proprietary. They don't want to see in their secrets. Who knows what they've got on those cameras? They like their inside lines as well. To be fair, like they do use it for analysis and what have you. So. Anyway.
Yeah, there we go.
Tristan Littlehale firmly in the lead here of this race. Checking deeper in to see if there's any, close matchups, and there is. Jean Miette, we're not sure which. There's like 7 different ways you could pronounce that name, to be honest, and I feel bad that I don't actually know what it is. But the number 28 car there of Jean right behind the number 24 car of Ben Valentine last time they were over. And when I say right behind, I quite literally mean it. It was about 0.1 of a second between the two of them. Yesterday, John was a speed demon out there, if I remember correctly. He was really pounding the track hard, really putting up a very strong performance among those GT2s. So he is someone that Ben Valentine is going to have to watch out for there as they keep going. But Tristan Littlehale really setting the speed today here. He is your GT2 leader, and he is holding firm to that spot. We've seen kind of that transition every once in a while between days. Sometimes you've got one guy who's just really great on one day, changes it up the next, just the way it goes out here. I should say too, Jean Miette, he's just heating up lap after lap. He's getting faster and faster times, but so is Ben Valentine. So the two of them competing for that third place GT2 slot. In between them and the top two in the GT2 is the, I think, Soul T1 car out there. That's Ian Barbary in a 1995 BMW M3. And he's just kind of in the middle of the mix of GT2s. It's not where you necessarily want to be in this setup, if I'm being honest with you, because if John does get around Ben Valentine, he'll be trying to catch up with next. But certainly given giving Ian something to think about there. Maybe if they can close that gap up a little bit. That time around, Jean-Miette was a .148 behind Ben Valentine, so maintaining the distance, but not by much.
And we are at almost the halfway point, so why don't we do a full field rundown here at the halfway point?
Sure, let's go ahead and give you the full field rundown as it stands. This is, of course, the mid-race update brought to you by Raceschool.com. So, starting with your leader, number 8, Tristan Littlehale. In second, number 112, Dominic Starkweather. In third, number 74, Ian Barbary. In fourth, number 24, Ben Valentine. In fifth, number 28, Jean Mayette. In sixth, number 81, Simon Aslin. In seventh, number 174, Dennis Uberzetzig. In 8th, number 32, Michael Lewis. In 9th, number 39, Kevin Jones. In 10th, number 17, Michael Cheney. In 11th, number 171, Amanda Wilson. In 12th, number 71, Igor Lustin. In 13th, number 88, Robert Kelly. In 14th, that's weird. There's no 14th listed. Not entirely sure why, but we'll go number 90, Jeff Herbert. In 15th, number 30, Matt Latucky. And then in 16th, number 44, Patrick Howe. Unfortunately, yeah, I think his race is done here for the day. He was that car that went into the wall. So that is your mid-race update here from Raceschool.com.
Thank you, everybody who's watching at home. There are 45 people watching at this moment, and 18 people
great.
have pressed the like button. So what are 25 of you waiting for?
Oh, no, he's doing fast math, folks.
I know. That's what it's bad when I'm doing
I'm telling you, you gotta start doing subscriber goals, Brian. We're gonna get you, I don't know, 100 subscribers, and you're gonna have to, I don't know, eat a box of anchovy pizzas or something. I don't know how it works.
I like anchovies, but a whole box of pizzas?
I don't know. You gotta find weird things. That's what the kids are into these days, at least. So, yeah, you gotta find weird things to do when you hit your subscriber goals right there. But we're having a great time here at the racetrack this weekend, we should say, and hopefully those of you who are watching, if you haven't had a chance to come out yet, you will come out for one of these circuit races because it is electrified. The atmosphere down here at the old Cow Club. Love to see it.
Yeah. How about this? If I can get, I have 951 subscribers right now. If we get to 1,000, we get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of today, I will give something away.
There you go.
How about
if he gets
that?
1,000 subscribers, you give something away.
A Cow Club T-shirt. How about
And
that?
he'll shave his eyebrows.
I will not shave it. Would you stop it? Oh, look what they're trying to get me into, everybody.
Shave his eyebrows, too, folks. Don't worry.
I'd rather see Tristan shave his eyebrows.
No,
Put that in the chat right now.
I don't get any incentive here. I'm just helping you out as a friend.
So much, yeah, like a friend.
Anyway.
Oh, there's a pass right there.
There
going
is.
into turn 1. I believe that might be a pass for second place.
Let's take a look here. That could have been Jean Mayette going for it. It's worth pointing out that there has been a shift here. I think it was Tristan Littlehale. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he dropped back deeper in the line. I think he's had some more mechanical error or some sort of off and on out there. We'll wait to see if we can get a report for it.
Brian Schubert says that he has pressed the like button and subscribed for the eyebrow shaving.
Let's see here if we can get the
Wrong button.
let's see here if we can get the update on what happened to Tristan Littlehale, who was commandingly in the lead of this race and is no longer in that position, which you hate to see that. It's happened a couple of times here weekend. I was saying earlier, we've actually seen many, I think almost half our races yesterday had full course yellows. So far, things have been okay here today, but it does show you just, adapting to a new track. Going to be different for these drivers. They're going to have to learn fast on their feet, and some of them, unfortunately, you make a small mistake and you can very easily be off of this Buttonwillow track. All these straightaways and sharp turns, I think, kind of lends itself to that a little bit. The number 112 car of Dominic Starkweather now in the lead here for the GT2s and for the race overall. Jean Mayette did actually get the better here of Ben Valentine. He slipped into second place in the GT2 category. Ben Valentine still chasing him, though, so There is a fight there.
And that is the fight we're following right here on the racetrack. It's the yellow. Oh, wrong button. There we go. It'll be coming into our view just a second here. The second group of cars. Nope, these two cars right here, I think.
And it's not just going to be a duel between those two either. I think it's worth adding here. I do believe that Simon Asselin in a number 81 car, so yet another GT2, has gotten into the mix as well. He's only about 0.2 of a second behind Ben Valentine. So the three of them there fighting for second and third place in the GT2 category, really setting fast laps here too on lap number 10. We've got about 10 minutes left in the race, a little over 10 minutes left in the race, so that's plenty of time for drivers in speedy cars to play with. I think this is the group that's just come through right there, those three cars right on tight together. And it's always a little interesting when you see these three-car groupings where they're all sort of jockeying for position, Brian, because usually if the two back cars kind of try and work together, they can maybe make up some distance on that front car, but then it becomes a matter of actually, collaborating, which isn't always the easiest thing to sort of come together on the fly. The Spec Corvettes, it's a little bit more settled in the Spec Corvettes. I say that though. Dennis Uberzetzig is the leader for the Spec Corvettes. He's got Kevin Jones and Michael Chaney in the mix with him, about a second and a half behind respectively. So with 10 laps to go in the race in the Spec Corvette category, or with 10 minutes to go in the race, I should say, in the Spec Corvette category, that's not set in stone either. I mean, it looked like Tristan Littlehale of the GT2s was going to be the winner. He's done and dusted. He is off. So that's just where we're at.
And check out this group of Spec Corvettes coming across the line right now. 4 cars, very close proximity.
That'll be I'm pretty sure that's your lead group there. Yeah.
Just battling it out there. We'll follow them a little bit here. Here they come right into our living rooms.
Yeah, it's great that we have all these cameras out and are able to kind of capture all this action for you guys. It's been a ongoing work that Brian has been doing to get all this together. Jean Mayette, by the way, his fastest lap, followed by Ben Valentine's fastest lap, followed by Simon Aslin's fastest lap. So they're all kind of grabbing each other by the belt there and not really letting go. Down in the Spec Corvettes, I was going to say you've got, Dennis Uberzetzig, Kevin Jones, Michael Chaney forming that top 3 grouping here. And you do have to wonder if they can hold on to that relative order for the rest of this race. Certainly, Dennis Uberzetzig is going hard to hold on to it. He did have an off and on actually back last lap on turn number 4, but he managed to recover quite deftly to hold his overall positioning. And there you get your gaps, your overall gaps, which gives you a good idea of that kind of tightness of the ST2 category, the GT2 categories, and the Spec Corvettes category. So, turning out to be a heater, turning out to be a real race here. For these relative positions.
Coming up on 8 minutes to go here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. This is our 3rd race of the day. Race number 4 is up next. This is going to be a good one, folks. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Those are the 2 main classes in that group. That's up next.
Yeah, that should be an exciting group. They always put on a really good show. A very competitive group of drivers. You can count on them to turn it up, and they turned it up yesterday. They're going to turn it up again here today. Everybody heating up now because every race car in this race, except I think for Ian Barbary, Igor Lustin, and Robert Kelly, just set their fastest lap on lap number 11. So they are going.
Look at this group coming out of the final turn 10 and now down towards start finish.
That's your GT2s right there. With the T1 mixed in. So that's all, that's the tight group of GT2s, I believe, who are all sort of in this fight right now. Michael Lewis even starting to kind of creep back into this as well with Simon Asselin. So there's a genuine battle developing in the GT at the top of the GT2 for 2nd and 3rd place. And then if you go back down to Spec Corvette, they are also battling it out here. But who comes out on top? That's the big. That
is the big question.
Yeah, I'm trying to Trying to look here. I mean, it's so funny because sometimes you have races at, Cow Club or whatever where one person gets out in front and they just sit on it and they hold that lead and they never ever give it up. And then sometimes you have races like this where that guy, he drops out for whatever reason it may be, and suddenly the whole thing is wide open. And that's what we're staring down the barrel of right now. For sure for the GT2 group, but also to a certain extent for the second group as well, Spec Corvettes. Again, there's not that much of a gap really between Dennis Uber-Zetzig and Kevin Jones, though I will say to Dennis Uber-Zetzig, his credit, he's actually managed to open that gap up to about 2.5 seconds and is even starting to put pressure on the out-of-class car of Michael Lewis. That's a GT1 car, but he is starting to catch up with that as well. He's actually managed to pull a full 3-second difference between him and Kevin Jones now. So you got to give credit where credit is due. The lead widening there in favor of Dennis Uber-Zetzig back in the Spec Corvette category.
5 minutes to go. Starkweather, Barbary, Mayett, Valentine, Aslan, Lewis, Uber-Zetzig, Jones, Cheney, and Amanda Wilson. That's your top 10 right now.
Dominic Starkweather just set his fastest lap and the fastest lap overall here for this race at a 147.171. We talked about it a little bit in Group 2. I'll bring it up here again because this track is brand new. These racers in these first 2 days have the opportunity to set the overall track records to start everyone off on the circuit. So a little bit of a what's a good word for it? A competition within a competition, almost here this weekend, in the sense that they want to try and set the fastest lap possible, so they get a little certificate and they get their chance to be on the record list, and hopefully for more than a month before the Super Tour comes in. But you never know.
Now, I will say, I'm not certain they're still giving out the certificates. But that would be kind of cool.
They should give out certificates. They should give out. Why not? Hanging on the wall. Why? What else are you looking for? I get a certificate for setting the best lap time here on the circuit. It's just so funny. I'm still, even today, Brian, still adjusting to the idea that all these turns don't have silly names yet, or colloquialisms. It's one of the things that I think I'm most excited about, just as a nerd, is to see how these names develop. How are we going to end up with names for some of these turns? Are we going to end up with a highway stretch there, or Laredo? Wrong place again. Lerdo. I want to keep calling it Laredo, but it's definitely not a Lerdo stretch or something like that. Who knows? We got the Star Mazda turn on one side. It was at turn number 4. We need like the inverse of the Star Mazda. I don't know what that is, but we'll find out. It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
What do they call it when a star explodes?
Oh yeah, like a Honda Nova turn or something.
Exactly.
I don't know. Yeah, like
a Yugo.
A Yugo Nova turn. There you go. Why not? Yeah, I'd love it. A Yugo. Good Lord. See, I know what that is. At least to my credit, I don't even be a car guy. I know what a Yugo is. So.
All right. Good to know.
Anyway, Dominic Starkweather continuing to hold the lead here in the GT2s. He's opening up the gap there between himself and Ben Valentine. Really, it's Simon Aslan now who's fighting for the third place with Ben Valentine. That's another one to keep an eye on there. The number 81 car versus the number 24 car. Right there, as we get closer to the end of this race. Probably only got about a lap or two left in us, if we're being honest, at 28-ish minutes. Now is when we begin to watch the starter stand and look for the white flag to bring this one to its conclusion. Other cars have also, I should say, dipped. Tristan Littlehale, obviously, he went out a bit earlier. Patrick Howe went out a bit earlier. Matt Latucky, the Soul AS car, has also, I believe, called it for the day. Turned in after about lap 11, I want to say, maybe lap 12. Technically in the SCCA, or Cow Club, right, if you're racing your only car in the category, you can kind of quit at the halfway point, right? You've done the requisite amount of
Right.
laps to count as a full race.
Yep. You have to complete half the race distance to be considered a finisher.
There you go.
And if you're in the lead and you're the only car in your class, you can do that and collect the win.
Well, there you go. So if you're a driver like the Solo AS or whatever, and it's a wet day and it's cold out there, maybe you just pack it in early.
That's right.
Hopefully the rain will chill. Hopefully we haven't really seen it come back yet. So I will say the one benefit is it's all very light passing rain. It's not been pounding down, which is something that we have seen in the past. You know, I mean, it's totally possible, but it's just not happening. Looks like our white flag is ready to go. As we approach our last lap, turn 8 there, so that's a hairpin in and of itself, I think, right outside. I don't know if you're looking into the hairpin here, Brian, or are you looking as they come into it? Or are you looking at it?
Yeah, it's turn 6 is the hairpin.
Oh, turn 6. I thought turn 8 was also a
No,
hairpin.
turn 8's well, it is. But
It's that
not.
weird. It's a weird one, isn't
It's
it?
a weird shaped.
Or it's more than 90 degrees
Right,
or
exactly.
whatever. If you're a driver, that's a good time. And there's your white flag. Letting everybody know that you're on your last lap. Dominic Starkweather coming around the corner. He is blazing a trail to glory. That is his fastest lap of the day. Jean Mayette as well has now passed Ian Barbary to really hold the true second place in the GT2 category. Ian Barbary has dropped down to 3rd overall. Still obviously the leader in the T1 just because there really aren't any other T1s. And then Ben Valentine and Simon Aslin still battling it out on the backside. Simon Aslin is 0.5 of a second behind Ben Valentine. So if he is going to make the move, he must make the move soon.
Like now.
Like now. I mean, I was just going to say,
I don't think soon is soon enough.
I don't know that you can make up a 0.5 second gap in a single lap without the other driver doing something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're already making up big chunks.
Unless
and
you're
you
already
can tell that
yeah.
there's a difference in the cars. If they're fairly equal cars, yes, there's no way.
Unless you really see some opportunity that is otherwise hidden from the sight of us normals.
Right.
Well, looks like we're getting ready to usher in our race winner here. The checkered flag was out.
Yeah, the checkered flag probably came out a little earlier, and
We might have missed it. I'm not sure. Dominic Starkweather. There you go. Oh, we're good. Right there.
Yeah.
Checkered flag waving. Here comes Dominic Starkweather across the line. Jean Mayette right behind him for the GT2s. And you'll see Ian Barbary slip in there as well. I think we can go ahead, if you're okay with it, and do our unofficial results here, brought to you by raceschool.com. Let's start at the top. Your overall race winner is number 112, Dominic Starkweather. He is also the overall winner for the GT2 category. In second place, number 28, Jean Mayette. In third place, number 74, Ian Barbary, your overall winner for the T1 group. In fourth, number 24, Ben Valentine. In fifth, number 81, Simon Aslin. In sixth, number 32, Michael Lewis, your overall winner for the GT1 category. In seventh, number 174, Dennis Uberzeitzig. The overall winner for the Spec Corvette, in eighth, number 39, Kevin Jones. In ninth, number 171, Amanda Wilson. In 10th, number 17, Michael Cheney. In 11th, number 71, Igor Liustin. In 12th, number 88, Robert Kelly. In 13th, number 90, Jeff Herbert. In 14th, number 30, Matt Latucky, who bowed out early. And of course, you have Tristan Littlehale and Patrick Howe, who unfortunately did not complete today's race. And that is your full field unofficial results, brought to you by raceschool.com.
And we also want to thank the good people at Porterfield Brakes for being our presenting sponsor this year. They've been our presenting sponsor for the last several years, since the beginning of our live stream. You get all of your racing stuff for your brakes, for your car, for your racetrack, for your street car, tools, brakes, brake fluids, all things brake related. Go to Porterfield-brakes.com. When we come back, we've got race number 4. That is going to be Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Don't go anywhere, anybody. All right, we are back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for group number 4, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Those are, I believe, the only cars in the class today. And we are going to get that thing underway right now. And I'm hitting the wrong button. There we go. Let's get our starting lineup here. We've got 26 cars. We're just going to go start to finish here. Jared Karth is your Spec MX-5 pole sitter, followed by Christian Hoagland. Then you've got Michael Newmeyer, Wesley Molno, Cooper Hicks, Ryan Gutiel, John Davies, and Bryce Johnson. There's your top 8 cars in the group, and those are all Spec MX-5 cars. Starting at 9, you've got your pole sitter and Spec Miata, William Wallace. Evan Jacobs is going to start second, followed by Mateo Seiderman, Jeremy Reuter, Curtis G, Max Loggeman, Clement Lee, Tom Launchbaugh, Brett Ravetta, Spencer Douglas, Bekir Begovic, Scott, John Stott, David Tweedley, Sayo Hariyashi, Alex Pollard, Alan Lukert III, Bill Nelson, and Broderick Dunlap. That's your starting order here for our Spec Miata Spec MX-5 race. It's all coming up next, folks, right here on the Racing Network. Of course, all these races today brought to you by Porterfield Brakes.
Indeed, it is the Andy Porterfield Memorial Race here this weekend, our first and inaugural race on the circuit. So big thank you to Porterfield Brakes for helping us make these broadcasts happen. Of course, a big thanks to our other sponsor, RaceSchool.com. Don't forget to check out Brian's podcast as well, inside the SCCA podcast. They're available for you. Tons of content. It's on YouTube. It's on all other platforms as well. So
it is everywhere.
It's everywhere. And
it feels that way sometimes.
There's a lot to go through and a lot to learn, and that's what we're all here. Let's see where we are at the start here. I'm assuming it's a split start.
Yeah, it should be. Spec MX-5 should come across the line first, and here they come to the green flag. 30 minutes of racing. Oh, I was going to change the clock to countdown, but I didn't get to it this time. Next race, we're going up to 30 minutes here. Second group through will be your Spec Miata drivers, and here they are, the bigger group, as we get things underway for that group as well. And we'll watch them come into turn 1.
Yeah, the Spec Miatas and the Spec MX-5s, the SMX-5s, they race. These are guys that race. It's a big group. I'm happy to see so many of them out there here today. They're all very friendly with each other, at least the ones that are regulars here at the track, and they love a good competition. We've got a fair amount of people, I think, who have come in from out-of-towners as well here for this. So a very diverse group of racers in on this one. And, you love to see it. This is exactly what we're looking for here at Buttonwillow. SMX yesterday was a pretty tight race at the top. It was even more so in the Spec Miatas. There was no clear leader. Today, Evan Jacobs, who was a little bit back behind, again, he's a very talented Spec Miata guy. He was a little behind yesterday. He's back up to pole position here today. So Max Logman, Clement Lee, they've got their work cut out for them on this one. Yesterday, I feel like it was, I'm going to have to go check my results, but I feel like it was William Wallace who was doing a lot of heavy lifting in the Spec Miatas. So it's good to see a little bit of shifting there in those relative leadership polls. There was a full course yellow in this race yesterday, if I remember correctly. Hopefully we can avoid that here today. Though they definitely do get boisterous, the Spec Miatas, so who knows?
That's right. We've got 36 people watching right now. Like and subscribe. If you subscribe, we get to 1,000 subscribers. That's 46 more. I'm going to send somebody in the chat a Cal Club original circuit t-shirt. And I'm not going to shave my eyelashes. I am not going to shave my eyelashes.
Anyway.
Nice try, Tristan.
That would be quite funny, though, wouldn't it?
Yes,
anyway, Evan Jacobs is your overall leader here today in the Spec Miatas. After that first lap, Clement Lee falling in behind, Mateo Sinderman and Willem Wallace. Todd Launchbaugh getting knocked down there on that first lap by Willem Wallace. Some of our drivers here not racing today, I should clarify. There's no Broderick Dunlap, no Christian Hoagland, no Jeremy Rudder, Curtis Z, John Stott, or David Tweedley. They've all sat it out today. And that's, We've been seeing that. It's a Sunday. Some people got to be places. That's just how it goes. And not even that. It's been kind of a wet and cold sort of day here at the new Buttonwillow track, so not everybody wants to engage in those conditions, and far be it from me to blame them. Christian Hoagland was, I think, one of our stars of the previous day as well, so a bit shame to see him go, but hey, so you got to do what you got to do. Let me see if I can actually, I would love to know, because I've been making references to it, and I cannot for life of me remember who won what yesterday in this group. So I'll dive in at the moment and see if I can pull up yesterday's Cal Club major results here, and we can get a good idea of what happened in the Spec Miata group. There we go. Saturday race provisional. Bless you. Michael Newmeyer was the winner overall in the Spec Miata, or the SMX 5s, and then in the Spec Miatas it was William Wallace who was the race Leo Mateo Cinderman behind. So Evan Jacobs actually finished 4th in the Spec Miatas, which is frankly a low finish for Evan. So to see him back up in the pole position is what I think we would expect here on day number 2. We'll see if he can kind of hold on to that. Michael Newmeyer, of course, like I said, the winner yesterday. He's leading here today, and he is setting fast laps. This is very similar to the performance he put on yesterday as well. He does have Wesley Molno nearby, 0.5 of a second behind. Wesley Molno himself doesn't really have a lot of breathing room because Ryan Gutiel is right behind him, but certainly an interesting little group there. And hey, we know Ryan Gutiel's good. We saw him earlier today. He's one of our double dippers.
That's right. That's right. And if you've watched our coverage in the past, you will know that we talk about Evan Jacobs and Clement Lee a lot here at the Cal Club races, whether it be at the original classic track or whether it be at the new track. It seems as though they're pretty quick no matter where they go.
Yeah, they are. Like I said, he's a good driver.
Yep.
We expect great things. We expect good performances. So hopefully we'll get them.
That's right. That's right.
Spencer Douglas deeper in the lineup had a bit of a spin and continue. He's still in it though, so all credit to him. Appreciate him running it out. You just saw Cooper Hicks and Bryce Johnson come by on your screen right there at turn number 6. Cooper Hicks sitting at 4th or 5th overall here in the SMXs. We'll see if he is able to catch up just a little bit. Bryce Johnson is chasing him though. Cooper Hicks, he is fast today. Actually, he's just set his best time in the last lap, and he was only about 0.045 of a second behind John Davies for that 4th place spot. So giving his opponent something to watch out for there. And we'll see too. I'm going and taking a look at Evan Jacobs. Obviously, there's a split start, so it's not like he's going to catch up to anybody in particular in the first group. But he does seem to be trying to widen his lead over William Wallace. We'll get an idea. I think shortly we should be seeing the Spec Miatas coming across the line. You just saw the SMX 5s. John Davies, by the way, setting the fastest lap of the race so far in an effort to chase down Ryan Gutiel, a 2.466. And there's the update for the leadership of the Spec Miata, and sure enough, William Wallace almost a full second behind Evan Jacobs now. Clement Lee about 0.75 of a second behind him.
This is the Spec Miata field you're looking at right now. That's Evan Jacobs in the silver car. Just missed him there. We'll catch him as they come in. Oh, there's a car off there on the inside of the racetrack. It is moving, but hopefully it's not too muddy down there.
Hopefully.
He can get back into the fray. It looks like he's pushing himself back onto the racetrack. Let's see how much schmutz he puts on the racetrack from that little odd course excursion. We'll know in just a minute where that happened.
I believe that's might be Broderick Dunlap, 2.8. So
although you mentioned that they weren't out for the race.
Broderick's out today apparently.
Okay.
So he is out. Christian Hoagland, Curtis Z, Jeremy Rudder, John Stott, David Tweedley are you ones who aren't in today. So Broderick Dunlap is in. I thought he was sitting it out today because I think he had a bit of a rough race yesterday. It looks like he just had a late start.
All right, so that was the 28 car that spun. So it was Broderick Dunlap, just as you suspected.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a rough day yesterday as well, if I remember correctly. So he's back out there today and plugging at it. I'm sorry to see that he's He's spun, but he continued, so he's not completely out of the mix or anything. He's back on the track.
It might be that he was having some car problems. That's why he came out late.
I think that's probably exactly
And
what it was.
That could have been part of what led to his spin there. So I'm going to go with that.
Sure. No, I mean, you're probably right, honestly.
All right.
Michael Newmeyer holding the lead against Wesley Molno by about 0.4 of a second, continues to hold it out. John Davies trying to catch up to that group. He's got about a second to make up there, too, or half a second, I should say, to make up between the two of them.
That tight lead from Spec Miata.
Yeah, Evan Jacobs got a real fight on his hands about William Wallace not giving him any breathing room at all, and trying for the pass there. I think if that's who we just saw come by.
That is.
That 196 car just trying to get around the outside edge.
There also.
He is. That's Clement Lee, another very talented Spec Miata driver in the mix as well. And you can definitely see William Wallace, that 196 blue, just trying to find an opportunity to get around the outside edge of Evan Jacobs. And here you come down now into turn number 4, and it continues. Look at how close he is, just hanging right behind him. Just waiting.
One thing we've learned today with the wet weather is that, it's still a new track and it'll change over time, but it dries off pretty fast.
It did. Yeah.
And it hasn't been. Now we haven't had a ton of rain either, but it was pretty damp early this morning.
Well, here we come again. This has to be that same group.
It is, yeah.
Does look like there it is.
There's
Unfortunately.
the pass from the lead there going into turn 6.
Yeah, the silver car of Evan Jacobs now behind William Wallace's blue, and Evan Jacobs has his work cut out for him. Meanwhile, Clement Lee
Side by side again.
Clement Lee just waits for an opportunity. He's done it before. We've literally seen him do this before, where he just waits for his moment to strike as the other two go against each other. Looks like Evan Jacobs might have actually been able to salvage that the way they came down. That turn 7, that's a big long straight leading up into turn 8, really. So he's got opportunities there. Turn 8, of course, though, is that more than 90-degree angle sort of tight turn that we were talking about. So I don't know in terms of passing viability if that's really what we want, or what Evan Jacobs wants to see. It's not easy.
It's not easy being green.
Just gonna say that. Yeah. Or it's not easy being cheesy.
Yes, it is. I'm very good at being cheesy. Here comes that group right now, and look at the lead that William Wallace has been able to open up over Evan Jacobs in just about 2 or 3 corners.
I'm telling you, William Wallace, he's good. We haven't seen a ton of William Wallace out here. He's come out for this weekend. He's from Paso Robles, and he is tearing it up there in that 91 Mazda Miata. So putting Evan Jacobs through his paces there at the front. It's really, again, Clement Lee I come back to, though. What's Clement looking for? He's got to have his eye on something. He's just waiting to see, I guess, how that whole thing shakes out there. So. John Davies, by the way, continues to just really pick up speed. He's just set the fastest lap again. John Davies is up in the SMXs, for those of you who are wondering. Michael Newmeyer is the overall leader for the SMXs, followed by Wesley Molno. But, man, John Davies, no mercy shown. He's just put in his fast lap, and he is about 0.16 of a second behind Wesley. Ryan Gutiel, for reference, it's about 0.3 of a second behind John Davies. So, it's tight up there at the top. Both of these leadership groups, honestly, have been there's a race, there's racing going on out there.
All right, so here is, I believe this is the top of your Spec MX-5 race here, coming past us now. We'll keep an eye on this one for just a bit here. Glenn Owlup is a big Cooper Hicks fan. In the chat all weekend. Thank you for being. I refer to the people in our chat as our associate producers. They've always got good information for us. They key us in when we need to know a little bit of this or a little bit of that. So
Yeah, Cooper Hicks is very close, and you could kind of tell by the way that they came across the line. Cooper Hicks is 0.006 of a second between him and Ryan Gutiel for that third place spot in these SMXs. So Ryan Gutiel, he either needs to make some moves or he is going to see Cooper Hicks slide past him.
well, that car is the rebuilt car. The Ryan Gutiel car is the rebuilt car after his wreck at the runoffs. Cooper Hicks, a regular Super Tour Spec MX-5 driver, so he's got a lot of miles in these Spec MX-5 cars. And he started deeper in the field. I'm not quite sure why he started more towards the back today, but he's moving his way up very, very nicely, already into fourth place.
No, he's dropped. That's
Oh,
Ryan
he dropped
Gutiel. Cooper Hicks got the better of Ryan Gutiel somewhere in that.
Okay, yep.
Because I think from what we're seeing here, if I'm looking for that distinctive blue,
car, yep.
yeah, he's behind him now. So Cooper Hicks must have found an opening somewhere down that line. And again, it's really hard to tell because we can't cover every turn all the
That's right.
time. So but somewhere out there, Ryan Gutiel has gotten passed by Cooper Hicks. Cooper Hicks now fighting for that third place position. Ryan Gutiel, he's got to battle his way back into it. It's a good illustration right there. I think you get a good. Down on the Lerdo stretch. And then back to the start line.
And if we were going to name one early, I think that's a candidate. The Lerdo backstretch, or the Lerdo.
The Lerdo line. I like that one.
There you go.
Anyway, yeah, that's
The Mason-Dixon line.
no, God no, no, the Lerdo line there. That's yeah, it's an easy one. That rolls in. That's perfect. We don't have to worry about that at all. Look, just as long as the kangaroo rat gets in there somewhere, that's all I really care about. I'm thinking about it. Jared Korth, by the way, he now has the fastest lap time of the day. 2 minutes, 0.191. That is fast for a SMX. Good for him. Unfortunately for him, though, he's in 6th place overall in that field, so... And
You
he's
gotta
got about,
be known for something.
He's got about 5 seconds between him and Ryan Gutiel, so he's fast. I'll give him that. He's gonna have to continue to be very, very fast to catch up right there to his erstwhile opponent.
If you can't be first, be fast.
Yes.
So. All right, we're at the halfway point. Let's do the halfway field rundown here.
Yes, let's. So, starting with your overall race leader, it's number 72, Michael Newmeyer. In second place, number 111, Wesley Molno. In third place, number 86, Cooper Hicks. In fourth place, number 67, John Davies. In fifth, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In sixth, number 27, Jared Korth. In seventh, number 15, Bryce Johnson. In eighth, number 196, William Wallace. In ninth, number 87, Clement Lee. In 10th, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In 11th, number 71, Matteo Siderman. In 12th, number 189, Brett Rivetta. Followed by Todd Launchbaugh, Bakir Begovic, Spencer Douglas, Sayo Haraishi, Alex Pollard, Alan Lukehart third, and then Bill Nelson, rounding it out at 19.
That is your mid-race report brought to you by raceschool.com.
Well, there you have it.
Actually, before I put that one up, let me put up this one. Up next, Race Group 5, E Production and F Production and H Production and B-Spec. Got a nice little B-Spec field here this weekend, bigger than we normally get. IITS, improved during us, S and TC. That's up next, Group 5. Stay with us, keep watching that. But right now, we still got 13 minutes to go in group number 4, and nothing is decided in either our Spec MX-5 race or our Spec Miata race. Still a lot of races to go.
Yes, 100%. Should not be counting anyone out at this stage. Evan Jacobs, he's only about 0.7 seconds behind William Wallace, which means that he could clear that relatively quickly if given the opportunity. Clement Lee is in a similar spot to him. Can definitely come up and try and put him out of position overall. And then if you go all the way to the top here and look at that SMX leadership, you can actually see Michael Newmeyer. He's healthily ahead by about 1.2, but deeper in the list, Wesley Molno not super safe from Cooper Hicks and Ryan Gutiel, all things considered. Even if you add John Davies into the mixture, he's also just drawing closer to the chance to take that second place or third place slot. Michael Newmeyer coming across. We'll get an updated times here. Michael Newmeyer coming across. Wesley Molno 30, or that's 86 Cooper Hicks right there, and the number 67 John Davies, all fighting there amongst the SMXs. So a race is on for those backward spots there. And you know what? I say the race is on for the backward spots. Even Wesley Molno, who's in second place, is only about 1.1 second behind Michael Newmeyer. So there's not a lot of room for Michael to make any mistakes. He's really got to be tight on this last couple of laps. Turn 6 camera, by the way, giving you a really good view of the track. Turn 6 leads down, is a very tight kind of switchback turn, leads into a long stretch up to turn 7, which then in turn leads to a short stretch into a essentially hairpin for number 8, which leads you to, you guessed it, a straight, which carries you down through a tight little bit of turns there. Not quite a chicane or anything like that, but a tight set of turns, a righty and a lefty, that leads you back onto the starting stretch. So a cool part of the track, and one that a lot of people have to think about, though I am genuinely curious which part of the track, which turn in particular, is giving people the most problems. Like I said, most of the feedback from these tracks has been overwhelmingly popular. Everybody loves it. Everybody thinks it's great. The only concern, I think, is just, A, there's not the tow lanes. We talked about that a little bit earlier. And B, just general experience. Waiting. Looks like the number 15 car here, Bryce Johnson, off and on. And the 11, so as well, that'll be, not sure who actually is the number 11. Let's go, or look. Might have been maybe confused with Wesley Molno right there. Little bit of shifting going down in the sense that Clement Lee manages to get around Bryce Johnson here. Matteo Sinderman also coming up past Bryce Johnson. So Bryce Johnson experiencing a bit of a fall, which is not exactly what he wanted to see. Looks like maybe William Wallace went off and on. And if that happened, that's bad news bearish for William, because he has been firmly sitting in the lead of the Spec Miata category. For him to go off and then come back on, that does open up a big opportunity for Clement Lee and Evan Jacobs to try and continue their duel in the first and second spot instead of second and third, or even third, really, if you look at how sweaty that raccoon is. So, did I say raccoon? I'm sorry. Lost my train of thought right there. You know, sometimes that happens, folks. That's a very silly thing for me to have said. You just kind of zoned out for a second. Anyway, we're back at it. 35 people watching. I zoned out and talked about a sweaty raccoon. What am I even on? Anyway, it's been a long day and a lot of races. Brian has unfortunately had to step out for a second too, so I'm not even being monitored. I'm just wondering, I'm running the field by myself, or he would have caught me out on that. Anyway, Wesley Molno now chasing Michael Newmeyer. You can see all that in the pillar on your side. Now, there's less than 8 minutes left in the race, so this is where it starts to get down to crunch time here for these guys, because realistically speaking, at the speed you're going, you're only going to have maybe 3 or 4 more laps, probably 4 laps. Doubt you're going to be able to sneak in 5 at this point in time. Okay, you've got 4 laps in order to go ahead and get your pass in here. If you're an SMX guy, you're Wesley Molno, you've been kind of behind all race, you've been biding your time. If you're sitting deeper in, if you're, say, Evan Jacobs or even Clement Lee sitting in that 3rd place spot there in the Spec Miatas, he's been waiting this whole race too to make a move. This is the laps in which you're going to see that happen. A, because they have no choice. B, because this is just the time and they know that they need to go time. So glad you're back. I totally lost my train of thought there, and I said the word sweaty raccoon, and I still can't figure out why. I was like, oh no, I need somebody to play off of here. I'm losing my mind in the hut. So I do miss the elevation. I'll come back next week. Next time we'll put this bad boy up on stilts.
Okay.
And we can get a good view. I don't know, actually. I worry if you pick the hut up, it might fall apart. So maybe we won't do that. Anyway.
Coming up here on 7 minutes to go in this race. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. This is the Spec MX-5 group that we're watching here, I believe. With 5.5 to go, it's going to be, what, about 2.5 laps, I'm thinking, maybe?
Yeah, I was just saying something like that. Probably about 2.5, I would say,
sense.
at this point in time here. So, work cut out. That'll be, I think that's your leaders there for Spec MX that you just saw come across the line. So that was Wesley Molno, and that was Michael Newmeyer. I can double check that. Maybe not. It's a little hard to tell, I must admit, because we lack the advantage of big visibility. We sort of have to play this one by ear. We're just trying to catch car numbers as they go by and translate it out.
Yep. I think, was that Cooper Hicks right in front of... I think that's Cooper Hicks in the orange card right behind him. That is Ryan Gutile in the blue car. Yep, that makes sense.
That would be, I think, correct.
So that's the battle for 4th. Except that John Davies. It's hard sometimes.
We're all
It is
lost.
hard sometimes.
It's got off the rails. Oh no, that's okay. We'll get back on track here in a minute. Yeah, it is definitely hard sometimes. I won't lie. Not for Michael Newmeyer though. He just set his fastest lap, so good for him. Good for him.
Just putting him down. We're gonna do a little camera flip and see what we come up with here.
Sometimes it's all you can do.
No.
Want to thank everybody again for joining us here today.
Yeah, 41 people watching right now. That's fantastic. Love it.
Yeah, happy to see everyone turning out for the Spec Miatas. This is a great race, and don't forget to like, follow, subscribe.
This is the front of, I believe this is William Wallace, Evan Jacobs, and Clement Lee coming at us right now.
Yes, you are
Swapping
correct.
positions, so we're going to stick with this here probably to the end of the race, since we've now found that.
Since we tracked him down, William Wallace has a very distinctive looking car.
Yeah, and the
That
Spec
Sky Blue.
MX-5 field has spread itself out a little bit too, which is why I'm having a hard time finding the pack.
Yeah.
The pack's not really a pack.
There's
anymore.
not really a pack. It's the top three, and then others. Let's just put it at that. But yeah, William Wallace has a very distinctive sky blue car. He is getting chased by Evan Jacobs in the silver right there, and then of course in the back there is Clement Lee in the red. That's a interesting group because that's really an anything could happen sort of situation. William Wallace won it yesterday. He's a very talented driver. Evan Jacobs, though, he loves looking for opportunities late in races. We've seen him do it plenty of times before. Unfortunately, we've also seen Clement Lee do that plenty of times before. The issue for Clement Lee is he is starting to lag behind, I think, a little bit from the other two. So if you're in his position, you're going to have to worry just a bit. Let's see how they handle coming in through turn 6. I think that's going to be a big tell. Now that's a gap that's opened up there, maybe in favor of. Well, that's a separate part of the pack. That's our number 47
Here
car.
comes your Spec Miata pack right now as they come, and you can see a little bit of banking there, and then there's a little more banking in this corner.
And somebody's passed somebody because William Wallace has dropped back, and you actually saw an attempt right there by Clement Lee to get in underneath William Wallace as well and knock him all the way back to third. I don't know if it necessarily succeeded. No, it hasn't, because William Wallace is fighting for his life as they come out of turn number 7. Not actually his life. Fighting for his racing position, let's say. Maybe it's had a little bit more disastrous than it needed to be. But certainly he's been passed by Evan Jacobs here at the tail end of this race. This is exactly what I was talking about. Evan Jacobs loves to do things like that. He's done it right here. Now William Wallace in second place overall in the Spec Miatas, and look at how close he is there to the back of his opponent, Evan Jacobs. He's not going to give him a moment to breathe as that white flag comes out. So they've got one lap to go here. And that is going to be a final lap for these guys. I tell you what, Clement Lee, he feels like he's just a little too far back to have a real impact in it. But there's no doubt here that William Wallace is looking for an opportunity to pass. You could even see him start drifting towards the inside of the track there, Brian, like he was looking for it on that stretch. And they're side by side coming through turn 1, and William Wallace might actually have the edge on him. Oh, no. That Evan Jacobs inside line not doing many favors, and into the midst of it all, like a thunderbolt, is Clement Lee there as well.
That car exceeded track limits at the exit of turn 1. They're not supposed to go that wide because that's actually the exit to pit lane as well. So, and here they come again. Now Clement Lee is back into second place. And Evan
Jacobs is back in second place, yes.
I knew what I meant, it just didn't come out of my mouth that way. And in about a few seconds here, they'll come into the, there you go, you'll see them there. It's the second group of cars coming through now. These are not the cars, this is the pack that we're talking about. As Jacobs in third, I believe that is William Wallace now back in the lead. Going into 7 for the final time. Side by side, going into 7. There's still no question, or there's no definite answer as to who's going to win this race.
Yeah, it does look like William Wallace is holding that lead. You saw Clement Lee there probing for an opportunity on turn 8. There's not going to be a lot of room now. 4 passes, though, coming down the Laredo stretch. And that is just William Wallace holding off Evan Jacobs. Evan Jacobs not able to find an opportunity. He is putting a pedal onto it. You can see he's just trying to come in on the inside edge one last time here as they come down through the straightaway. Checkered flag is out.
And just waiting for that Spec MX-5 field to come across the line here. And here they come. Who is it going to be at the finish? It is going to be William Wallace with the win, followed by Evan Jacobs, and then Clement Lee. The gap at the line, let me see if I can pull
hardly
it up here.
Anything between them there as they came across the line. I think I've got it on mine. 0.19 is the gap that I have registered at the line, which is one of the closest finishes we've had all day. At the top, it was Michael Newmeyer of the SMXs. He won that race with Wesley Molno about a full second behind him. Ryan Gutiel in that mix as well. But let's go ahead. I think we're basically at the end here, so we'll go ahead and give you your unofficial results brought to you by raceschool.com. In first place, and the overall winner for the SMXs, number 72, Michael Newmeyer, followed by, in second place, number 111, Wesley Molno. In third, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In fourth, number 27, Jared Korth. In fifth, number 67, John Davies. In sixth, number 86, Cooper Hicks. In seventh, number 196, William Wallace, your overall winner for the Spec Miata group. In second, number 35, or in eighth, I should say, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In ninth, number 87, Clement Lee. In 10th, number 71, Matteo Siderman. In 11th, number 189, Brett Rivetta, followed by Todd Launchbaugh, Spencer Douglas, Bakir Begovic, Sayo Haraishi, Alan Lukehart III, Alex Pollard, Max Logeman, Bill Nelson, Bryce Johnson, and Broderick Dunlap.
And that's going to do it here for race number 4. Our unofficial results brought to you by raceschool.com. Coming up next here, our next race of the day, group number 5, our E production, F production, H production, B-Spec, ITS, and TC. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow. Brian Belansky here, Tristan Parker here, doing our inaugural races for the Cal Club Region SCCA at the circuit. Brand new racetrack this weekend. First weekend of racing. It's been a ton of fun. And we've got 3 more races to go. This one is E Production, F Production, H Production, B-Spec, ITS, and TC. And for our starting lineup, we're going to go to Tristan.
All right, let's start here at the back with number 21, or with number 20. That'll be in 20th, number 23, K. David Snow. In 19th, number 29, Gary Raymond. In 18th, number 21, Thomas Lepper. In 17th, number 14, Brian Schubert. In 16th, number 42, Brian Lynn. In 15th, number 10, Frank Schwartz. In 14th, number 95, Tim Leinrud. In 13th, number 3, Michael Parks. In 12th, number 6, Matthew Ibrahim. In 11th, number 1, Daniel Snow. In 10th, number 56, Stephen Ellis. In 9th, number 12, Joe Carr. In 8th, number 145, Stephen Powers. In 7th, number 94, Jonathan Lugud. In 6th, number 32, Michael Lewis. Might be seeing him out there again. In 5th, number 20, Adam Bow. In 4th, number 24, Abdul Osmani. In 3rd, number 46, Oscar Jackson. In 2nd, number 4, Glenn McCready. And then your overall leader here at the start of the race, number 71, Joey Jordan in a 2024 Mazda Miata 3 from Fallbrook, California.
And that is your starting lineup here for race group number 5. Starting grid brought to you by raceschool.com. You want to go find a place to learn how to race, learn how to drive your street car faster and safer. Raceschool.com is the place to go. All right, this is our 3rd to last race of the day, and it is going to be a good one. Nice big group of B-Spec cars, 5 here this weekend. We don't really have a normal B-Spec group out here, but it's nice to see some people come out for this first event. I know there's some new B-Spec cars in Southern California ready to be used and rented.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
And that's drawn some attention to this class, which is really strong on the East Coast. Would love for it to get strong here. If I were to go racing again today, Tristan, B-Spec is on my radar.
I think that would be a lot of fun, to be honest.
You might have to do one of these races a weekend by yourself, because I may
You
park
have to
a race car right next to the
Why
announce
not?
booth and jump in it for
Why
these races.
Not. If I could fit in a race car, I would.
Well, I'll find a way to make you fit. I got a shoehorn and
with
some
a plunger.
Crisco.
Get in there. Yeah, no, if I could fit in a race car, sure, why not? I'd love to have a crack at the B-Spec as well, or a Formula V, I think is the other one I love.
Where are my guys at here? Were they already around for the... Oh, yeah. That was the best pace lap so far. Green flag in the air, and we're racing here in group number 5. Look at all those cars heading right down there for turn 1 for the first time. Here they come into turn 1. See, that's that blue, unmistakable blue RX-7 of Michael Lewis there on the outside there. Coming right at us. And then the cars in the back, that's your little B-Spec field there as well. Like 3 of them have made it out today.
Yeah, I said I was gonna steal my girlfriend's Mazda, Mazda, her Toyota Yaris. I'm gonna enter a B-Spec. There you go. So you never know. Yeah, only 3 B-Specs out there today, so a little bit of a step down, but still good to see them out there and representing, as it were. Glenn McCready still, of course, obviously your overall leader here. Joey Jordan as well. Mostly TCs and FPs, and then you've got your small B-Spec group and a smattering of FP cars out there in this mix. There's one ITS, that's Matthew Ibrahim. He is literally it. And I think he's the only one who's solo grouping here today of this group. So one to keep in mind right there as the majority of the pack goes by. Down to the very end, I mean, they've actually managed to their credit, stay relatively close to one another as they come through. That one Mini Cooper holding up the back of the line. I don't know what race course it is, but they essentially have a race course painted on their car, a track map for a course, if I remember correctly, which is pretty cool, actually. It looks real cool, so appreciate that.
Oh, I guess I can go past that. Go right to the turn 9 camera. Here they come for the first time. 30-minute races this afternoon. We'll start to string out just a little bit. Pretty big speed differential within this group with the E-Production and the TC cars being your fast cars, and the B-Spec cars, they will be our slowest cars here this weekend.
Yeah.
Any of the races, but they always put on a good show when you got a good group of them.
So I said I was actually surprised that they stayed together for as long as they did there, coming through those first couple of turns. But yeah, you're right. They're stringing out a little bit. McCready obviously in the lead still. Joey Jordan, Michael Lewis, Abdul Osmani, Oscar Jackson there, rounding out the top 5.
Oscar Jackson, part of the famed Jackson Racing family. If you have raced a Honda around the United States, you've probably bought parts from Jackson Racing.
There you go.
I cannot tell you how much I've spent because my wife probably won't want to talk to me anymore.
Well, we don't need to bring it up then. But yeah, it's good. Like I said, I was saying earlier, so many of our racers here at Cal Club, they have their own they all have their backgrounds and their stories. So it's always fun to see who's who and what's what.
Yep.
Especially for someone who's relatively new to the scene. I feel like I'm constantly learning.
Yeah. Comes that feel. That is Joey Jordan, who's gotten around Glenn McCready at the front of the pack there. They're not racing in the same class. TC is the Joey Jordan car. Glenn McCready is your lead car in E production. Red, white and lighter blue car is the Joey Jordan car.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind him, that darker Mazda Miata, that is the Glenn McCready car. And then behind them, you've got Michael Lewis and Abdul Osmani, Oscar Jackson, Adam Bow, and Jonathan Lugood.
So yesterday we had Brian Schubert and his father Bill Schubert racing. Bill Schubert hadn't raced for almost 29 years, so he was in one of the other B-Specs, I think.
Yep.
You were talking about the B-Specs being available for rental. I think they were both renting their B-Specs
They
yesterday.
were, yes.
So they were out there. It's just Brian out today, unfortunately, but he is in the mix. He's chasing, somewhat confusingly, chasing Brian Lynn. So we'll see how that goes down there in the B-Specs. I know that, talking to Brian Schubert said he felt that he could have honestly done better yesterday, but he kind of just was, taking it a little bit easy. And also it was very windy during this race yesterday. So, by the way, at the top, you mentioned Joey Jordan. He's now, the top of the leaderboard here, and we'll see how long he sits up there. That 2024 Mazda Miata, it was Glenn McCready for a while. As you can see on these cameras, it's very cloudy here right now. We had rain this morning. We've had a break. Hopefully it does not start to rain again, but we haven't had anything like the wind from yesterday. All of a sudden in the middle of the afternoon, the wind picked up in this group 4, group 5, and it was ferocious for about an hour, and then it just kind of disappeared, but certainly posing new challenges to some of these drivers who are just not, you're on a new track, you're not used to driving in heavy winds, and especially for some of these lighter cars, your Spec Bs or your B-Specs, for example, that's noticeable. That'll tug at your wheel, and you're gonna have to deal with that.
Right.
So that's a whole thing to keep in mind right there, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I love how many people turned out for this group both yesterday and today, and I love how diverse this group is and the type of cars that are in it. It makes for fun viewership right there.
Locked up camera.
Looks like the Lardo line camera right there. Maybe a little out of sorts, but that's okay. We've still got this start finish camera here, give you a good idea of what's going on. I'm pretty sure that's going to be Joey Jordan there in your lead, followed by Glenn McCready, who's just set another fast lap, 155.745, and then Abdul Osmani, who is coming up as well. So that group remaining, if not super competitive, within striking distance of one another, especially Abdul Osmani and Oscar Jackson. They battled it out a bit yesterday as well. If you go deeper into the list, Stephen Powers and Adam Bow are also very close to one another. Once you start getting deeper down, the gaps start to widen, but we'll get a read on the B-Specs here as well in just a second, see how Brian Schubert is doing in terms of chasing Brian Lynn.
So it's interesting between Brian Schubert and Brian Lynn. Brian Schubert is one of the quicker cars typically in Spec Racer Ford, Brian Lynn is a multiple national champion, I believe a multiple national champion in other classes. Oh, here we go. The battle now. Glenn McCready is caught up to the back bumper of Joey Jordan, and he is moving right there and starting to kind of make himself look big in the mirrors there. You'll see as they come right down here, that is right up behind him. So that's an interesting. But anyway, and so to measure, but they're both in new classes this weekend. So it's hard to kind of measure, but we know that both of them are pretty good race car drivers. Brian Schubert can keep up with Brian Lynn. That says something right there.
Yeah, it'll certainly be something to keep an eye on as this race develops.
Yeah.
Certainly be interesting too to watch how Glenn McCready and Joey Jordan kind of square off. Obviously we said they're different classes. Abdul Osmani is the second place TC car, but it does feel like Glenn McCready and Joey Jordan are racing against one another right now. I was saying that though, and unfortunately we have spoke a bit of a curse into being here on Joey Jordan, because it looked like he might have had an off and on right there, because he has cratered down the line as we come across. Glenn McCready now solidly in first. Abdul Osmani, Oscar Jackson, and Jonathan Lugod filling in there. And Joey Jordan has yet to cross the line here for lap number 4. So I don't know where it went wrong for Joey Jordan, but it went
through the cameras so we can find him.
It's gone somewhere, so we'll have to see or hear what happened to him. Frank Schwartz in a B-Spec, he had an off and on, but I haven't heard a report for exactly why Joey Jordan is now just plunging down the list. Usually that means that they're stuck somewhere when that happens. Usually.
Could be, and I'm looking for just some sort of a word here from race control.
Good news for Abdul Osmani, who now moves into that leading position for the TC cars without having to do all that much. He just holds his spot. He's got to worry about Oscar Jackson, though, so that is, in a stroke, turned from a battle over second place into a battle over first place, because Oscar Jackson was only about 0.1 of a second behind Abdul Osmani, so they're going to actually have to really kind of fight that one out. I say that even Jonathan Lugod, Michael Lewis, Adam Bowell, they're all in the mix there towards the tail end. Mostly, I think, Adam Bowell and Jonathan Lugod, and they need to all watch themselves to a certain extent now, because that might open things up just a tad.
Timothy Conrad in the chat, rooting on Brian Lynn. Trent Kramer's back. Who else do we got here? I see someone saying, looking for a good race between Brian and Frank. Well, right now...
Well, bad news, because Frank, unfortunately...
Yeah. There's a pretty significant gap between first and second place. Or between second place Brian Schubert and third place Frank Schwartz.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frank Schwartz had an off and on as well, so that's just a bit unfortunate.
There's Frank that just went through our screen there. Right behind Frank is Thomas Lepper. Yeah, so this car coming into our view right now, that gray car, that's Frank Schwartz. The white car behind him, Thomas Lepper. Let's see if maybe I can find the rest of the B-Spec cars.
Indeed.
Yep, so...
It's all pretty, it's pretty settled at the moment, except for what we saw with the drop there for Joey Jordan, who must have had some sort of mechanical fault or something. The one interesting note, Oscar Jackson did get around Abdul Osmani sometime in lap number 5. We don't know exactly where it happened, but the number 46 car passed the number 24 car and has actually started to open up about a half a second gap. So he not only got around him, he made space, which is pretty interesting. Jonathan Lugod and Michael Lewis, they're all just kind of around, sort of hanging on the back heels of this. Oscar Jackson just came across. And that gap there between Osmani and Jackson has opened up to a whole almost 1.6 seconds.
Wow.
So really impressive effort from Oscar Jackson. I feel like something similar to this happened yesterday, and I can't remember if Abdul Osmani was able to battle back into it or not. As for Glenn McCready in the EP car, he is off to the races, no pun intended, at a almost 3.7 second gap between him and Oscar Jackson. So as long as nothing weird happens like what happened with Joey Jordan, Glenn McCready will clear this race as the leader by a pretty good margin here, even with just 12 minutes into it. Obviously, we got, getting close to the halfway mark, or starting to inch up on the halfway mark. Still plenty of laps to go here.
Yeah.
Looking deeper down in the lineup, yeah, we've mentioned Brian Lynn, Brian Schubert. Brian Schubert a good 4 seconds almost behind Brian Lynn, so not sure whether we're going to see a big shifting of that. There comes
That was McCready who just went through our view, and then right behind him is that yellow car. That yellow car is Oscar Jackson, followed by Abdul Osmani.
Indeed it is.
Lewis?
Brian Lynn there putting in his effort. 3 seconds now. So Brian Schubert has picked up a little bit of speed, actually. Credit to him. Trying to close up that gap on Brian Lynn.
Right.
Brian Lynn in a 2009 Mini Cooper. Brian Schubert in a Mazda 2. So the two of them chasing one another. Frank Schwartz, who has now managed to get above Thomas Lepper and hold that spot, still 6, almost 7 seconds behind Schubert. He's in a 2012 Mini Cooper as well. The lucky Mini Cooper from, is he the one who's from Davisburg, Michigan?
Yep.
Yeah, lucky Mini Cooper from Davisburg, Michigan. So he's come a long way to take part in this, which we appreciate. It's always good to see those kind of outer staters, other people coming in to join us for these races. It's a lot of fun. It adds to the general sort of festive environment that we've had here this weekend with this new track. Yeah, it's good stuff.
And I know Frank's got 1 or 2 cars, I'm not remembering if it's 2 cars or 1 car, available for rent here on the West Coast. So if you are interested, Google Grass Paddock Motorsports, and you can find Frank there, and get in touch with him. He has great cars, well prepared, well taken care of, arrive and drive situations. So I want to see that B-Spec class grow out here.
Yeah, it'd be great to see the B-Specs pick up a little bit more. As you said, I think it's quite a fun class, so it's good to see them with a little bit of traction going into this weekend and here on the new track in general. But we are at the halfway mark here, Brian, so shall we do
We shall.
a mid-race update?
I think that would be spectacular.
A mid-race update brought to you by raceschool.com here for Group 4. Starting at the top of the list, it is your first place overall, number 4, Glenn McCready. In second, number 46, Oscar Jackson. In third, number 24, Abdul Osmani. In fourth, number 94, Jonathan Lugod. In fifth, number 20, Adam Bow. In sixth, number 32, Michael Lewis. In seventh, number 145, Stephen Powers. In eighth, number 56, Stephen Ellis. In ninth, number 1, Daniel Snow. In 10th, number 3, Michael Parks. Followed by Matthew Ibrahim, Tim Linerud, Brian Lynn, Brian Schubert, Frank Schwartz, Thomas Lefford, and Joey Jordan, who is back at it here after whatever happened, and just set the fastest time so far in the race. It's a shame that he's all the way back. And that is your mid-race update brought to you by raceschool.com.
There we go. Hit that button there. Get rid of that. Bring that one back.
Yeah, unfortunate for Joey Jordan. I'm glad he's back out there, but it is just unfortunate that he suffered whatever it was that put him so far back, because, I mean, he's driving fast, 155.139.
Right.
But you're not going to make up, 3 laps or 2-lap differential or whatever in the remaining 15 minutes of this race, so... unfortunate.
Yep. 16 minutes, 17 minutes in. That means 23 minutes left. Here. I'm sorry, 13 minutes left.
13 minutes, yes. Yeah, a fair amount of time, but this race does, I feel like, have a certain solidity to it at this point in time, truth be told. I say that, I mean, there is a little bit of a battle here for the FPs. They're buried deep down the list, so you wouldn't necessarily know it. But Michael Lewis is only about 0.1 of a second ahead of Stephen Powers in the number 145 car. So there's some possibility there that that could be a little bit more of a fight. I was sort of pulling for maybe Abdul Osmani to give Oscar Jackson a bit of a run, but he's now dropped back to almost a 4-second difference, so I don't think we're going to be seeing Abdul Osmani do anything too crazy here on the back end of this either.
And McCready has pulled a big lead, and and you're right though. Lewis and Powers are right up there next to each other.
They are. They are actually battling.
Down. But yeah, they're right there. I'll see if we can find that battle. We'll watch that for a little bit.
It's going to be hard probably to place because it's in the middle of a pack somewhere, but they are at it.
Well, the good news is that we see that Michael Lewis car out here so much, I'll be able to pick that.
Oh, you're right. Actually, he is very distinctive. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. So
but yeah,
we'll just wait here on turn 8 and take a look at the little down. I didn't realize how downhill this little thing.
Yeah, isn't it?
A lot, but there is definitely an elevation change here as they're coming down towards this camera.
Again, it's one of those things where we're learning the quirks of the track as we go, just as the drivers are. We here in the commentary booth have to learn it as well, and because we don't see the track from an elevation, we kind of have to fill in some of these gaps ourselves. Even having driven it, I think we still have to fill in some of the gaps ourselves. You've been out on it today, though, so
yeah, I've been out on it.
You know it better, I think, than I do in terms of what it actually kind of feels like with 4 wheels under you. But yeah, it gives you a perspective that we're kind of picking up on.
That's right. That's right. So this is our lead pack here coming through. That was McCready and Oscar Jackson. Now we're seeing a couple of B-Spec cars. Those are a couple of car laps down.
Right. Yeah, they're behind.
All right, here is your battle. Oh, and just a pass for the lead right there. That was Stephen Powers getting around Michael Lewis there, right into our camera. That could not have been better timing.
No, it couldn't have been. That was perfect. Great
now
illustration.
We'll see if Michael Lewis tries to battle back, but look at the gap already that Stephen Powers has gotten. I wonder if Michael Lewis's car is having a bit of a hiccup there.
No, Stephen Powers lit up right there.
He's already pulled a 5 or 6 car length lead coming through that section. Now let's see what it is at the line here. Look at the gap already.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I don't know what happened there. We're going to see the numbers here. It is now a 2.28 second gap just from turn 8 right to the start-finish line.
What happened? We were about 0.1 of a second behind. Powers got around him and then just took off.
Yeah, I wonder if he just got a little loose and had to check up, and that was the end result. You lose the momentum a little bit.
That may genuinely be what occurred. I like, it's impossible for us to tell, but that's very impressive from Stephen Powers to just take the edge around Michael Lewis and then give it all he's got to speed away on the straightaway to create that gap. Now, what'll be interesting to see, as we'll keep an eye on this on the score sheet and or on our stat sheet, and maybe if we catch it on track, is whether or not Stephen Powers can maintain that gap against Michael Lewis coming into more challenging areas, because he did that on the straightaway. Oh, there he is. Oh, he can maintain that, because now he's got another car. That's got to be what, Thomas Lepper probably at the tail end of the
B-Spec field, or it could even be Frank.
It could be Frank or Thomas Lepper. I'm not sure which, but he's basically now, whether he likes it or not, become an unwilling blocker car. And that's not good news, because I just see there Stephen Powers powering away.
Yep.
And I don't see Michael Lewis's car at all in that shot that you had coming down through that turn. So that's
we'll get a really good perspective
alarming
here. The third car in this pack, actually now the second car in this pack, that is That is Stephen Powers, and then there is Michael Lewis.
There you go. Okay, so he's intermingling now with the Spec Bs. I mean, you cannot blame Stephen Powers for obviously he's just going faster than the Spec Bs, but you also can't blame him for trying to use those Spec Bs as blockers.
Absolutely, that is definitely what you want to try to do. That's part of the racecraft that you learn when you're trying to deal with multi-class racing here.
You're right, it's true, and we see drivers do it all the time to great effect, and now it's opened up to a 2-car gap, which is that's incredibly problematic now for Michael Lewis to overcome.
The good news for Michael Lewis is he's having to drive around the slowest cars on the racetrack, so getting around them shouldn't be a problem. But that's still...
It's time. It's time. It's time you don't get back. That's the real upsetting part of it, right? Is like, even to take this pass, for example, that's a clean pass. You still have to go out of your way to do it.
Yep.
So, whoops.
There you go.
That's good racing from Powers. I give him that.
Fantastic.
That's great racing from Stephen Powers. He's in that 1993 Mazda Miata from Phoenix, Arizona, one of our out-of-staters here today, and he's putting a stamp on it for everyone to take a look at. He wants his maybe certificate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stephen Powers has 7 minutes to hold off and stay in front of Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis has 7 minutes to be able to make up that gap.
Well, it's certainly the challenge has been set. Let's just put it at that. Yeah, that's wild. What a wild set of events right there. I love that we were able to find that in the middle of all this.
I know.
That little back and forth. Brian Schubert, by the way, I just want to go back down there and give a little update. He himself has actually been doing pretty well. He's closed the gap with Brian Lynn to 1 second.
Wow.
So Schubert has put speed on. He's actually facing his fastest lap so far of the series. And unfortunately for him, Brian Lynn also did his fastest lap so far. But there's an opportunity. There's a second. That's doable in 7 minutes, 6 minutes even, for a driver like Brian Schubert, who, as you said, he likes to go fast.
Yeah.
So he can do it. Those are the races I'd be keeping an eye on right now. We got Stephen Powers, Michael Lewis, Brian Schubert, Brian Lim. Everybody else seems to have kind of accepted where they're going to be, except maybe. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if this is the Brian Schubert Brian Lynn battle right there.
Ooh, I'm not
They're
sure.
very close to each
Did not
other.
get a good look.
We'll see them here in just a second. That is Powers and Lewis. The next two cars through, I believe, are Brian Lynn and Brian Schubert.
Yeah,
Definitely
no, I
B-Spec
think
cars.
you're right. Yeah. Well, we can actually tell. Yeah, no, that is because Brian Schubert is running at number 14.
Yeah.
So that's who's fighting right there. And Brian Schubert actually looks like he's making up more and more distance. He's 0.39 of a second now behind Brian Lynn. So Brian Lynn is in the danger zone here, being passed by Brian Schubert with only a few more laps to go.
Yep.
So this has turned out to be a spicy
Here they
old
come.
group. Boy, there was an attempt, I think, right there. And I didn't quite find it. Brian Schubert was definitely looking for the opening on the inside of that turn. They'll come down now into this big long straightaway leading into from turn 7 down to turn 8. And they're just gonna go full pedal down right there is Brian Schubert. And you can see where he has the outside of the track. He's trying to work it. Now we move on to turn 8. He's falling back a bit now.
Oh.
Maybe bide your time a little bit more, I guess, is what we're going to have to do here.
4 minutes left in this race. There's not a lot of time to be bided at this moment.
Well, it is what it is, unfortunately. If you have the opportunity for the pass and you can't find it, what do? You got to reset and try again. Hope that you are given yet another opportunity to make such a play. No sign of the checkered flag yet from the starter, so we're still going. Yeah, that gap's opened up. I don't know. That's gonna be a lot harder now. It's down to 0.8. I will give credit to Brian Lynn for opening that back up when things were so close. definitely Brian Schubert playing a lot more aggressively out there today than he was yesterday. So, sans wind, perhaps, is what has inspired him or put the wind beneath his wings.
I see what you did there.
Anyway, it's been a lovely weekend here at Buttonwillow on the news circuit. It's been a real pleasure. I've been happy to be here with you, Brian. Happy to enjoy these races. We hope everybody who's listening along at home has been enjoying this experience as well. Still 2 races to go here for the rest of the day. Though unfortunately, Brian may have to do them on his lonesome. But
that's okay.
I've been having a great time. It's been a very, very good experience, I think, for everybody involved. And looking ahead to the majors and what have you, I think people are going to have a really good time. The Super Tour, what have you. Yeah, it's been great. We got a lot to look forward to with the circuit.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good time.
Probably seeing the white flag here soon. I look out the window, I see the starter stand, so he's got his white flag out.
All right.
So we are coming down to do or die territory for a couple of our folks here. Stephen Powers and Michael Lewis just came across the line. That gap still at about a 0.8. We'll go back over to Brian Schubert and Brian Lynn, who you're doing a great job of following the two of them around the track here. Brian, too many Brians though.
Right.
Unfortunately, we've got Brian
Never
Bielansky,
enough Bryans.
Brian Bielansky, Brian Lynn, Brian Schubert. A Brian chasing a Brian, watched by a Brian. So.
That's right. Oh, we got a car off right there on the inside.
Oh, that's the second time somebody's gone off in that exact same spot. That's funny. I wonder if there's something about it.
Yeah, I'll have to kind of take a look and see what the situation is there. I don't know if you put the wheel off on the outside of one and hook it the right way, you get shot right towards the inside. That is possible.
Yeah, it's again, we saw at the start of Group 3, we saw somebody do exactly that.
I'm wondering, is that Frank Schwartz now back in the mix here?
The number 10 car is Frank Schwartz, actually. Yes, he is back in the mix.
That is your entire podium on the racetrack together there. All with coming up. I guess they're going to get the white flag next time by, because I didn't see the white flag in the air this time by.
No, it's going to go out in just a second, because
Right, okay.
Oscar Jackson is coming back around. Glenn McCready is not far behind him, so we're going to see that. And Oscar Jackson, by the way, is now the overall leader ahead of Glenn McCready. Abdul Asmani, he's holding tight to that second for the TC. But I got to give some credit. We've been talking a lot, obviously, about the Bryans. We focused on Stephen Power and Michael Lewis, who are still in a fight. But Oscar Jackson has done very well for himself. Of the Jackson, you were talking about the Jackson racing family, he has done very well for himself here today, because he started back much deeper in the order and has battled his way up 3 or 4 spots to take that first place. Helped a little bit by Joey Jordan having the mechanical error or fault or whatever, but still great race for Oscar Jackson. Just apropos of nothing, he's done really well. But if you look now back to this fight between the Bryans, that could be anybody's ball game. You can see that Brian Schubert is really putting the pressure on, because he's trying to close that gap, because they're going to come into their last lap now. This is turn number 9, turn number 8 that we're seeing. So we're going to see the start finish. So they will be coming into their last lap. So there will be some time here in this race for them to catch up with one another. Meanwhile, it does look, I think, probably Oscar Jackson is going to cruise into that leading spot. So we'll see.
That car at the wall right there that we're looking at there, that's car number 95. I don't know who 95 is.
I could tell you who 95 is. That's Tim Linerud.
Okay.
Yeah, or Linerud.
All right, white flag is out for this B-Spec battle. That's first, second, and third in our view right now. Brian Lynn, Brian Schubert, Frank Schwartz. One of these cars is going to go home with the big trophy, and the other two are going to go home wishing they had the big trophy.
You can see the effort being made by Brian Schubert there to even that one out. Looks like our checkered flag is coming here on the starter line.
Catch the checkered flag across the starter line when it happens here. There it is. It is in the air, and there is Oscar Jackson with the win. Nice little golfer clap.
Yeah, golf clap there for Oscar
Let's
Jackson.
go back and pick up this B-Spec battle here for the last final quarters.
Yeah, let's see if we can find him again. Sorry, I might have broken your rhythm there.
They should come right back into our view here as they come up the hill. So that's turn 5 out in the distance. They come up the hill towards turn 6, which is the hairpin, more like a paperclip. than a hairpin.
Sure, we can call it that. Yeah, it's a wonky. It's
Yeah.
wonky.
I'm already naming the names. Oh, look at that side by side for second place. Frank Schwartz trying to make a move on Brian Schubert.
And he does get it,
And
I
at the point,
think.
it looks like he makes the move. Brian Schubert to third, Frank Schwartz to second, and now it's time to hunt down Brian Lynn.
Great move by Frank Schwartz there. That experience with the B-Spec wing and heavy.
Yeah.
Let's see what Brian Schubert does here in the turn 7 straight. He's trying to put on the speed, obviously, but I think he was so caught up trying to get his head around Brian Lynn that he didn't even notice Frank Schwartz just creeping up on him right there.
Well, and it looks like all that argy-bargy for second place has given Brian Lynn just the gap he needed to be able to drive this one home for the win here. Because I don't think the second place car, I don't think Frank Schwartz has enough to catch him just yet. There's just enough to gap him. We're going to see two more corners left.
Brian Schwartz. Tom Schwartz is trying, though. Or Frank Schwartz.
Yep.
He's going for it. I will give him his flowers for that. He is in full attack mode right now.
All right, they should be coming around any moment here. Let's see who is going to take the win here. At the line, it is going to be Brian Lynn with the win, followed by
Oh!
Frank. What happened?
Did Brian Schubert just blast across the line ahead of Frank Schwartz?
I'm
I
not
think
sure
he
what
did.
happened there.
He did.
I don't have the instant replay. I'd love to see that again.
He hit that last straightaway there coming out of turn 10 and just absolutely floored it.
And I don't know if Frank had to check up for some reason. Maybe, I don't know what the situation is there.
Wow. That number 2, that Mazda 2. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Because there he is. He's
Yeah.
sitting in second place, so he came across the line ahead. That's crazy.
So your top three in B-Spec will end up being Brian Lynn, Brian Schubert, and Frank Schwartz.
Oh, my heart goes out to Frank Schwartz there for an excellent effort, but Brian Schubert just as great of a performance there at the tail end to win that out and out. But let's go ahead and give you your unofficial results here, brought to you by raceschool.com. Your overall race leader and your TC leader, number 46, Oscar Jackson. In second place, number 4, Glenn McCready. In third place, number 24, Abdul Osmani. In fourth, number 94, Jonathan Lugod. In fifth, number 20, Adam Bao. In sixth, number 32, Michael Lewis. In seventh, number 145, Stephen Powers. In eighth, number 3, Michael Parks. In ninth, number 1, Daniel Snow. In 10th, number 6, Matthew Ibrahim. In 11th, number 42, Brian Lynn. In 12th, number 14, Brian Schubert. In 13th, number 10, Frank Schwartz. In 14th, number 21, Thomas Lepper. In 15th, number 56, Stephen Ellis. In 16th, number 95, Tim Linerood. In 17th, number 71, Joey Jordan. And that is your unofficial results brought to you by raceschool.com.
And of course, our races out here at Buttonwillow presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. For all of your racing brakes and streetcar brake needs, go to porterfield-brakes.com. All right, Tristan, you're going to take off and head back home.
Unfortunately,
I really
I have to.
appreciate the time you've had with us this weekend.
Thank you. No, it's been a wonderful time
Been a
here
blast.
at the circuit. I am looking forward to everything that this track is going to give the SCCA Cal Club community in the future. It's going to be great.
That's right. And you're going to be stuck with me for the next two races, folks. Next one's going to be a doozy. Spec Racer 4-3 is next. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, we're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow. I'm Brian Belansky. Tristan Parker's been my partner all weekend long. He's had to take off for the weekends. You've got me by myself pressing the buttons and talking for the next 2 races. This should be an adventure. And let's get to our starting lineup. Our starting lineup is, of course, brought to you by the good people at raceschool.com. I got some graphic stuff going on. All right, there we go. Let's get to our starting lineup here. Like I said, I'm the guy pressing the buttons and the guy who is talking for the moment here. So that's what we got. Here comes our starting lineup. We're going to go with your pole sitter first, John Black in Spec Racer 4-3. All these cars, Spec Racer 4-3s. Your front row, John Black and Calvin Harris. Row number 2, Todd Harris, Mike Miserandino. Row number 3, Robert Edmondson and Todd Harris. Tom Burt and E.J. Abed are in the row number 4. From there, you've got John McClintock, Paul Marino, Graham Wood, Sean O'Boyle, Jay Rosenthal, Lee Douglas, Clayton Powers, Vince Balch, Eric Hand, Chris Strand, Mark Ballingy, Paul Gowdy, McGuire Durkenhoof, Tom Miserandino, and Mike Moshe. There's still some more. Denny Fostick, Mike McCarthy, Douglas Stewart, and let's see here, Don Pella and Thomas Kapitnick. Here they come through turn 6. That is your starting grid at brought to you by raceschool.com. Ready here for the start of our race as they come through here. Reset the graphics. We are ready to go. Again, this is our Spec Racer Ford 3 class. You see they're coming down here towards turn 7. Let's take a second here. This would be a good spot to drop that. Take this. Let's take a quick peek at this new circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. It is a 10-turn, 2.56-mile course, all asphalt. First races yesterday on this brand new racetrack. It is a doozy, folks. All the drivers seem to like it. At least most of them say they like it. And we are getting ready to get our second-to-last race of the weekend underway. Spec Racer 4-3, always one of the best races of the weekend. Pace car lights are off on the pace car. That means they're going to be coming in here. And when they come around here, if the starter likes what they see, the green flag will go in the air. Steve Land is our starter for this group. If he likes what he sees when those cars come out of turn 10, he will throw that green flag and we will get to racing action here. 30-minute races here for all of us here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Here they come around turn 10. Is the starter happy with what he sees? The answer is yes. Green flag is in the air, and here they all come down past the start stand, down towards turn 1. 28 cars. Let's see if 28 cars go in and 28 cars go out. That is the question always here when you got these big race groups. And that looks pretty darn good. Everyone came through there clean. One of the guys you always want to look out for here, Mike Miserandino, multiple national champion here in Spec Racer Ford. He is your third-place car right now in that group. It looks like Calvin Harris was your first car across the line. We'll know for sure, though, when they come around after the first lap. So that left-hander you see out in the distance is turn number 5. It's a little bank. Then they come up the hill here towards turn 6. I've kind of started calling this the paper clip, and they will come out of our view here, but it's basically a 180-degree corner, a little bit of banking. They all come through here nice and clean as well. Now down the big hill and towards turn 7. Now you've got a very oddly shaped turn 8 combination here. It's a decreasing radius corner all the way through. It starts out with a fairly easy right-hander, and then it's a really hard righter, more than 90-degree right to come onto this turn 9 straight. coming into turn 9. And then they will come back. We already have a double yellow flag out for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. We have a tow now from turn 2. So somebody is off at turn 2. I don't know where exactly. Let me see if I can pick it up. There's your pace car going to pick up the... So it must be behind us somewhere. Pull up this track map one more time, and I'll show you what turn 2 looks like. It's one spot where I don't have a camera at the moment. But I'm sorry, wrong button. Here we go. Bring the map in here one more time. Turn 2 is that big sweeping left-hander there, and the camera that our camera right there is right above the number 2. So somewhere between there and turn number 3 is where we have a car off, and the tow truck's going to have to go out and see if they can pick it up. Let's see if I can see anything on the turn 4 camera now. The turn 4, so that's turn 3 off in the distance. So nothing there for us to see, but they're going to come and hopefully scoop that car up pretty quickly. And I will see at some point in time, we'll get a look at who that car was. Maybe I can make a guess. That might have been Paul Gowdy. We'll see what happens if that car goes a lap down here. One more race to go after this one, actually. Let's pull that graphic up for you here, folks. Our final race of the day, you're not going to want to miss it. Formula F, Formula V. There might be an FFTS in there as well, but that's going to be our last race of the day here. That'll wrap it up for our first race weekend here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. I want to thank everybody who's been with us here in the chat all weekend. Trenton Kramer's here. RGL Motorsports is here. Timothy Conroy was here earlier. Appreciate everybody watching this weekend. If you haven't yet, click the like button and subscribe. We'd really appreciate it. It helps us with our algorithms. Want to get more people out there to see what we do, and hopefully the car that's off there in turn 2 is car number 69. And my guess was that car number 69 was... It's Denny Fostick was the car that had the problem there in turn 2. So they're going to get that car either pulled out and started, or I don't know if it just got stuck in the mud or what the situation is, but we'll get that sorted out here, and we will do that. Want to remind everybody, or let everybody know, that our races this weekend are brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. They've got brake pads for your street car, for your race car. They have everything you need, as well as the knowledge to go with it. So if you've got some ideas, if you've got some thoughts, if you want to find out more about what you can do for your car, the best place to do and the best place to call is Porterfield Brakes. You can also check them out online at porterfield-brakes.com. Pace car has pulled together the pack, and now they're going to try to keep the some temperature in those tires. Sun just peeking through here on the front straight here. See just a tiny peek of sun. It's been a mostly cloudy day, wet weather this morning. It's dried out for most of the day, though, which is very, very thankful. It is a bit breezy. I will honestly say pretty typical January weather. I want to thank everybody out here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park who's worked really hard to get this track put together here and ready to go. It's been many, many years in the making. The last 6 months to a year has been an absolute race. One of the things cool about the circuit of Buttonwillow, you see that car out there in the distance going in the other direction. That is the classic track. And they are running another event at the exact same time as this one here. And that is the cool part about having these two tracks now, is we've got double the fun here out here at Buttonwillow. We can have many, many more car enthusiasts out here. And That is the cool part about that. Gotta love the car culture of Southern California. Just like other parts of the country, though, hard to find a place to put a racetrack up. So way out here in Kern County, we're about 2 hours north of the Los Angeles proper. I live right near Pasadena. It's a 2-hour drive when there's no traffic, and I come up very early in the morning, which is the only time you can come up here with no traffic. But about 2 hours door to door, 2.5 to 3, depending on traffic if you go a little further south. But it is the premier road racing circuit now in Southern California. And now there's 2 options, the circuit and the classic track. And now we're hearing that the car number was... may have been an incident that made all of that happen. Anyway, does not sound like whatever happened there in turn 2 happened as a solo moment. It sounds like 2 cars got together. .30-minute races here, so clock still ticks during the yellow flag period. And I did not... Looks like pace car is in the pits. We're going to go back to green flag action here with just over 21 minutes left in this race. Taylor Harris will lead them down to the line. Calvin Harris in second place coming down. And then they've got Mike Miserandino is right there behind them as they come to the line here for our first, hopefully it will be our full first complete lap of racing action here. See all those Spec Racer Fords strung out now. You don't have to be 2x2 for the restart. They are coming through turn 1. That is the exit of turn 1 coming into turn 2. Now you've got our pack coming up the hill towards turn 4, and then they make a right-hander, and then a fairly decent length straightaway. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, a fairly good length straightaway coming down into turn 5. Turn 5 is what you see off in the distance there. Yep, there it is, turn 5. There are your leaders now coming through. Looks like Mike Miserandino has dropped back to 4th place. I believe that's EJ Abed who's moved into 3rd. Here are your leaders side by side. Oh no, looked like for a second they were side by side coming into turn 8. Field should be coming onto the front stretch right now, and here they come across the line. This time by, is Taylor Harris, Calvin Harris. I was correct that Mike Miserandino has dropped to 4th, but it was Sean O'Boyle who took over the slot for 3rd place. So then it's O'Boyle, Miserandino, EJ Abed, Robert Edmondson, Todd Harris, Tom Burke, Paul Marino, John McClintock. That is your top 10 right now. Coming up through turn 4. 12 minutes elapsed almost, which means 18 minutes left in this race. Spec Racer Ford. All of these cars identical. The chassis dates back to the middle 1980s. There have been mechanical upgrades over the years. It started as a sports Renault. Now it is Spec Racer Ford. We've had several iterations of the Ford. The most recent most of the cars have a SADIV sequential gearbox in it now. So the car has kept up with the newer technology over the years, but the chassis itself, darn near identical to the original chassis from 1985. Got a two-car breakaway out front. That's not good news for the cars in second and third right now. Those two cars out front, probably far enough out front to have broken the draft. And it is going to be really, really difficult for those cars to come up and catch them. We'll take a look at the gap next time it comes up on my monitor here. But that is Taylor Harris, Calvin Harris first and second. Sean O'Boyle, Mike Mazzardino is that second pack right now. And the gap between first and second and third, 3.7 seconds. That is without another yellow flag or any kind of issues. That's a gap that you can almost say is insurmountable at this point in time. Taylor Harris went purple. When I say went purple, our timing and scoring screen, when the car hits the fastest lap in the race, that is a purple lap. And Taylor Harris's lap was a 151.462, 482. Not quite sure how that compares to yesterday, but every class this weekend setting track records on this brand new racetrack. So we will look for at our next race to see who those track record holders fell to. This is a very green racetrack, so the track records from today probably won't last very long. Once this track gets a little seasoned, gets a little rubbered in, it will become faster over time. I was talking with someone yesterday who said this is the smoothest racetrack they've ever raced on, and I half joked. I said, "Yeah, wait till the first earthquake." I don't know where the bumps out here come on the highways, but that is my suspicion, is that every bump on the highway was from a little tremor. But we'll see what happens. There is the race for, I believe, 5th, 6th, and 7th is what you were just looking at right there. Yeah, that's Mike Mazzarandino and O'Boyle that just went by. And now I believe that's 5th through 7th place here. Here comes your leaders. Still Taylor Harris and Calvin Harris working together. I don't know the relationship between the Harrises. I'm not sure if it's brothers or father-son. Heck, it could be any relationship. I'm guessing they're related. They could be fully unrelated, too, now that I think about it. I'm being awfully presumptuous. We're at the halfway point. Let's go through a full field rundown here at the halfway point. That full field rundown, of course, is brought to you by the good people at raceschool.com. Your leader right now, Taylor Harris, followed by Calvin Harris in second place. Mike Mazzardino has moved into third place ahead of Sean O'Boyle. Then you've got A.J. Abed. Robert Edmondson is in sixth. Todd Harris is in seventh. In eighth place, we've got Tom Burt, followed by Paul Marino, John McClintock. That's your top 10. In 11th, Tom Mazzarandino, Jay Rosenthal, Lee Douglas, Chris Strand, and McGuire Dickerhoof. That is your top 15. 16 through 20, Clayton Powers, Mark Ballingy, Paul Gowdy, Mike Moshe, Mike McCarthy. 21st through 23rd, or 21st, 22nd is Doug Stewart and Don Pallett. Denny Fostick was in the 69 car. He started the race, but had an incident in the second turn, and his day was done. That is your mid-race update, brought to you by raceschool.com. Find our field. Here comes our leaders into our view right now. That is the Harris duo. Taylor Harris, purple lap again. That gap now to second to third place is 5.6 seconds. And now Mike Miserandino starting to pull away from Sean O'Doyle as well. That gap between those two cars is 3 or 4 seconds now. We'll be able to see that real clearly here on the turn 6 camera when they get to us here. There's your race leaders. Taylor Harris, Calvin Harris, 1-2. Next car through will be Mike Miserandino. And that's going to be a slow slog for him trying to catch up without any help there. There's Miserandino. Coming through next, Sean O'Boyle and Robert Edmondson. Then you've got A.J. Abbott and Todd Harris. 3 Harrises in this race, followed by Tom Burt. And then you've got John McClintock and Paul Marino. There is your top 10 as they come through that section. Picking up your race leaders now. There they are. So this is a perfect scenario, a perfect example of the scenario. You've got 2 cars, teammates working together to pull away. And even as good as Mike Miserandino is, multiple national champion, you know, when you've got 2 cars hooked up, it is really, really difficult to make up a gap, and he's not making up the gap at all. He's actually lengthening the gap. The Taylor and Calvin Harris are actually lengthening the gap over Mike Miserandino. Now 6.2 seconds. You can see there's the front cars. There's your third place car. Without any help from an incident, it is very unlikely for the third place car to catch it. Now one thing Miserandino's going to have to worry about is the 2 cars behind him, O'Boyle and Anderson. They are working together, and if they work together, they got a better shot of catching third place than third place has of catching the leaders. So Miserandino's going to have to pay attention to his mirrors in the last 6 minutes of this race. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Hate when I do that. I want to remind everybody that our races are brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes, the presenting sponsor for the Cal Club races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park and anywhere else we go. But Porterfield Racing Brakes has all your braking needs covered. Go to porterfield-brakes.com. And there are your leaders. 9 minutes to go with almost 2-minute laps, so that's going to be 4 laps, maybe 5. Should also be noted, we've been talking about Mike Miserandino. He is the track manager out here, and he's done just a fantastic job keeping this project moving along and taking it to the finish line here while also managing everything that goes on at the classic track. He is a long-time member of Cal Club, and he has been part of this Buttonwillow Raceway Park for for as long as I've been out here, and I've been out here for going on now 11 seasons. And he is a institution out here, and he's done just really a fantastic job. And we appreciate everything he does. He's in the 11 car coming into our view right now. He will come through, still trying to hunt down the car in front of him and keep in front of those 3 cars, 2 cars behind, 3 cars. So this time Calvin Harris puts down a purple lap, a 150.749. That's the fast lap today for Spec Racer Ford. And next time we get to turn 6, I'm going to sit there and let the whole field come by, because you will see that all the way through the 23 or so cars that we have on the track races right now, you will find that there are cars for people to race with, and that is the attraction for spec race. Oh, potential pass for the lead. For the first time, actually, not even a potential pass. Calvin Harris makes the pass to take the lead. Taylor Harris tries to answer back going into the third corner there, and I missed that because I was so caught off guard by the lead change. We'll see who's got it here coming through the corners, coming through turn 4. Are your race leaders. Second place there, and then you've got third, fourth, fifth, sixth. As you can see, all the way through the field, we've got people who are out there, and there's people for them to race. That is why this is such a popular class. Even if you're not the people right up front, there's 2 and 3 and 4 car battles all the way through the field. Here you got 3 cars, another 4 car battle coming up through here. Just some great racing all the way through here. All right, coming across the line right now, Taylor Harris retakes the lead here on that lap. Taylor Harris in the red car. Calvin Harris, though, wants a piece of that big trophy. He is right there. He's going to have to know. Well, the other thing is he now knows where he can take the lead from his brother, because he did it last lap, or from his whoever the other Harris is. Again, not sure what the relationship is. But Calvin Harris now knows where he can make that pass. That's really important information as we get into the final 5 minutes of this race. He now knows where he can take Taylor, and that's what he's going to put in his memory bank here. And probably on the last lap, he will try one more time to make that pass. The last lap pass, very, very typical here in Spec Racer Ford. There's the red and white car. That is Taylor Harris. Right behind him, Calvin Harris. And I got to tell you, Mike Miserandino, what he's hoping for is that these two guys have a little argy-bargy here on the final laps, which will open up and give a chance for Miserandino to come up and take the win here. Where did I lose my leaders? Here they come. I got Button happy. There's your leaders coming through. Did we get the pass made again here? It looks like, hold on. No, still Taylor Harris out front. Calvin Harris in second. There's Miserandino as they come to the line again. This time by, it looks like it's still going to be Taylor Harris. But they were side by side. It was just by 0.24 seconds at the line here. And now you can see that Calvin Harris has taken the lead going here into turn number 1. And they already threw our camera there. Let's pick him up here at turn 4. The blue car is Calvin Harris. He had just completed the pass between the start-finish line and turn 1. Now they come up, and it's still Calvin Harris. I think that's 1 lap or 2 laps too soon. This could also be a situation where Taylor Harris has decided, I don't want to be in first place going into that last lap. So he's going to sit back and let this thing play out. Maybe he feels the best place to be is in second place. Still Calvin Harris, now Taylor Harris. And now Taylor Harris pops out to try to make the pass going into turn 7. He gets a run there. He's now on the outside, side by side into 8. They come through 9, so that's an interesting passing point. They, starting the pass going into 8, but still not completing it. Oh, now it's been completed going into turn 9. So there is the move right there with 2.5 minutes to go here in this race. So now Calvin and Taylor Harris know where they each like to make the pass. What could possibly go wrong going into the last 2 laps here? Here they come out of turn 1 towards turn 2, side by side again. That's Calvin Harris in the blue, Taylor Harris in the white. Next time by, white flag will be in the air. This is the Harris show up front. Right now it's Calvin in the lead. They've been swapping positions here for the last couple of laps. Here comes the leaders through turn 6 for the second to last time. Taylor Harris swings a little wide to get a better exit off of turn 6 for that all-important run down to turn 7. This is where we started the passes, the start of the pass. It's taken a couple of corners sometimes, but Calvin Harris staying right there in front. Taylor Harris thinking to himself, maybe I don't want to make this move just yet. Wait for the last lap, which is soon to be coming up. That might be the strong play here as we get to about 1 lap and 2 corners to go here at the circuit. That front car, that blue and white car is Calvin Harris. The red and white car, Taylor Harris. Here they come out of turn 10. White flag is in the air. 2.6 miles. Who will be your winner? Will it be Calvin Harris or will it be Taylor Harris? We will know in about 1 minute and 45 seconds. Now you've got the red car. That is Taylor Harris. Made the move going into turn 1 on the final lap. Made it stick through 2. Will he still be the leader coming out of turn 4? Here they come through turn 4, kind of. Oh, I thought it was side by side. Sometimes it's a little hard perspective on the camera there. They do have a slower car there in front of it, but that's not close enough to make any difference here. You should see your leaders here coming into our view right about now. There they are. In front right now is Taylor Harris. Important to get a really good run off of turn 6 here as they run down towards turn 7. This is where the passes have been made, or some of the passes have made. This is going to be the last chance for Calvin Harris to try to set up a pass going into 7. There he goes. He pops out on the outside, side by side into 7. On the inside coming into 8 should be Taylor Harris. There they are, side by side again. It's the blue car is Calvin, the red car is Taylor. Who is it going to be? Couple laps to go. A little bit of blocking action going on between the 2 cars. They're now side by side again. That's on the inside is Calvin Harris. We will see them come into our view very, very soon. Checkered flag will be in the air. Here it comes. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Taylor Harris? Is it going to be Calvin Harris? At the line, it is going to be Taylor Harris for the win. Calvin Harris comes in second, followed by Mike Miserandino in third, Robert Edmondson in fourth, and then a whole bunch of other cars here. What a great finish here. let's start going through our unofficial results here from raceschool.com. Taylor Harris, your race winner. The podium, Calvin Harris. The gap at the line, 0.166 seconds. Third place, Mike Miserandino, followed by Robert Edmondson. Todd Harris is in fifth. Sean O'Boyle is in sixth, followed by AJ Abed, John McClintock, Paul Marino, Tom Burt. That's your top 10. Now let's run through 11 through 20. You've got Tom Miserandino in 11th, McGuire Dickenhoof in 12th, followed by Paul Gowdy, Lee Douglas, Clayton Powers. That's your top 15. 16 through 20, Jay Rosenthal, Mark Ballingy, Chris Strand, Mike Mouche, and Mike McCarthy in 20th. Then you've got Doug Stewart, and your 22nd place car is Don Palla. Your unofficial race results brought to you by raceschool.com. Right now, let's get to a short break, and then we'll come back for our final race of the day. Stay with us, everybody. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Our last race of the day underway here. Your starting lineup here, we will get that to you in just 1 second. Your starting lineup, of course, brought to you by raceschool.com. Your pole sitter, Eric Polson in a Formula F, followed by Edward Erlinson. Your third place car is Alice Kutze, followed by Mark Edwards, 3 Formula Vs. Mark Edwards, Ronnie Chuck, and Don Manthe. That's your starting lineup here for our final race of the day at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Go. I'm Brian Belansky here. Get ready to wrap things up here after a great weekend of racing. Weather's been a little questionable, but we've managed to make our way through it. And that is a good news. This is the time of the weekend where I get the chance to do a bunch of thank yous, and I appreciate everybody who's involved with the project here, getting this racetrack off the ground, all of the contractors, all of the folks at Buttonwillow who have worked really hard for this, and they have done a fantastic job. Also want to thank all of the Buttonwillow staff. They have worked, as I've been told, tirelessly from basically sun up to sundown for the last several months to get this ready to go so we could go racing here this past weekend. It's been many years in the making. We're so glad that we're here to do it, and it has been fantastic here this first weekend. Of course, like any new facility of any type, like you don't want to go to a restaurant on opening night, well, opening month. You might want to go on opening night because they have a special VIP stuff. But I try to avoid restaurants on opening month because it's just a tough situation to get everything going. It's kind of similar here. We've had some growing pains. We've had some issues, but we've all worked through them, and the racing has been fantastic. Your race leader after one lap, Eric Polson, followed by, by Ed Erlinson. I'm going to get to Ed in just a second. Alice Kutze is in second place right now. Your third place car is Alice Kutze. Fourth, fifth, and sixth as they come across the line, they are Mark Edwards, followed by Ronnie Chuck, and then your last place car right now in Formula V and overall is Don Manthe, but he is starting to hunt down Ronnie Chuck, so that could become something here before too long. Anyway, a bunch of thank yous here to all of the staff who've helped put this thing together, and it's just been a fantastic weekend. A big amount of thanks, though, needs to go to Edward Erlinson. He worked really hard in the last year to finally get this project over the finish line. The last bit of a big project like this, often the hardest, and he has done a great job helping us get to here. Still lots of work to be done here, but we are well on our way to what should be some fantastic racing here over the next many years to come here at our new track, the circuit at Buttonwillow. Now all of the normal thank yous. Of course, we've got a bunch of people out at all of these corners, standing out in the elements, trying to help us keep the racing safe. And we could not do it without all of our flag marshals. Lots of people in the outdoors for this weekend. Our grid workers, our technical inspectors work mostly outdoors in what has been challenging weather. And it has been a heck of a weekend for that. But thank you to all of them. Our registration, our stewards, our race control, timing and scoring. I always forget somebody. Our awesome web folks, our social media people here working us out here, our race admin, Chuck, Mark and CC Smith. They keep the whole thing together. They are the glue that holds us all together, and we really thank them for all of what they have done here. So we have got 25 minutes of racing left here in our small bore Formula cars here, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula S. We have one lonely Formula S car out there, but that's our final race here of the day. Now, let's see. We got some more people in the chat here. Pete Rose is back. There are no S2s this weekend, and I appreciate you asking, Pete Rose. We've had, we don't see very many S2s out these days, which is sad. I love the S2 car. And I've lost my leaders. Let me go find them. I'll keep button pressing until they show up somewhere. Here we go. I think here is our leader. That should be, I believe that's Ed. That's Eric Polson. Or that could be Ed Erlinson. Let's see. Coming into 7 here. Let me pull my... Yeah, I believe that is Eric Polson there. And then now coming up over the hill, you can see in the distance, I believe that is Ed Erlinson coming down the line. So already a big gap. It was 12 seconds last time at the line. Ed Erlinson hasn't had a lot of time to work on the race car over the last several months because he's been working on putting this racetrack together for us. So I don't blame him for that, folks. We'll see Eric Polson here come out of turn number 2. Or turn number 10, I'm sorry. Here he is. It's the end of a long weekend, and I've kind of started to lose my brain matter here. The good news is those clouds off to the west of us here have stayed away and have not brought the rain. I think we're going to get rain on the way home, though. But that's okay. If they could just hold off for another hour or so, maybe hour and 15 minutes, so I can get all the cameras in off the corners before I get pounced on with the water. That would be great news. That's what I'm asking the weather steward for right now. A couple of folks also have to thank, of course, our presenting sponsor, who's been with us since the beginning of the live stream here. That is Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are just some great people, have always been a big supporter of Cal Club. These races this weekend are the Andy Porterfield Memorial Majors races, and it is always an honor to have Porterfield with us, especially all year long, but especially this first race of the year, where Andy Porterfield is this race is in his memory. So we love this race for lots of reasons, but it's also pretty cool that the inaugural race at the circuit is the Andy Porterfield Memorial SCCA Majors races. So that's pretty awesome. If you need brakes for your street car, for your race car, if you need advice about brakes, go talk to the folks at Porterfield. You can catch them at porterfield-brakes.com. And on that website is also their phone number if you want to give them a call. So much technical expertise. It is pretty crazy what they know. There is your leader in Formula V. That is Mark Edwards, the yellow car that just came by. Following him is Ronnie Chuck in second place. And then hopefully we'll get into the view here in just a second. We should see Donald Manthe here. Don't see Don Manthe. All right, well, we'll find him somewhere, or I'll find out what happened to him. And then the last thank you I want to give is our newest sponsor here on the Cal Club live stream, raceschool.com. They've got a school out here at Buttonwillow. They also do some stuff at Willow Springs, but their main hub is now Buttonwillow, and they do some great stuff. There's very interesting teaching techniques, a lot of one-on-one instructor action, and it's just a great process for the way they do their things here. And you can check them out at raceschool.com. Also, and they don't just do competition racing schools. They also do defensive driving schools. They do track day type schools. That was Alice Kutzi that just came by there. Very interesting race car that she is in. I think I had some info on it, and I don't have it at my fingertips at the moment. I apologize. See if I can pull that up real quickly. Oh, I can't at this moment. Anyway, but yeah, real good people at raceschool.com. Check them out. And here comes Ed Erlinson through turn 8. Of course, also inside the SCCA podcast. I host that podcast Wednesday nights. Check it out on the Racing Network here. If you're interested in stuff about the SCCA, we've got lots of great episodes. We just started season number 5 with Andy Lally as our guest. Andy Lally, of course, just wrapped up his competitive driving career at this weekend's Rolex 24 at Daytona. He got his start in the SCCA, and he's got a new job now. He is the president of Trans Am. So check out that podcast on the Inside the SCCA podcast right here on the Racing Network. There is your race leader. That is Eric Poulsen coming through turn 6 here with about 19 minutes left to go in the race here. If you're interested in getting involved with the SCCA or with Cal Club, it's really easy to do. All you have to do is, if you don't live in Southern California, go to scca.com. All the information is there. There's a region finder, so you can find a region that you're closest to, and they can, and you just contact that region and check in with them, and they'll let you know how to get involved. And that's one way. If you're out here in Southern California, go to calclub.com. We've been around for 75 years. This is our 75th anniversary. Lots of festivities this year to celebrate that 75 years, and tons of stuff going on calclub.com. And we do a lot more than just road racing. We do road rally. We do autocross or solo. We do rallycross. See, I always forget something. We have track night in America. If you've never been on the racetrack, that's the perfect place to go out with your race car. That's tracknightinamerica.com. Plenty of opportunities there. We also have time trials, which is on the racetrack, where you're basically trying to set your fast time. No wheel-to-wheel action. You're working by yourself, but that is a very, very fun program as well. So yeah, lots of different opportunities for you to come out here and do fun stuff with the SCCA, scca.com if you don't live in Southern California, calclub.com if you do live here in Southern California. And then lastly, let's thank, well, I'll probably find someone else to thank here before it's all over. The people in the chat, it has been fantastic. Thank you all for being here. We've had a really good broadcast the last 2 days. Had some technical problems, but that's fine. We really appreciate you sticking with us. We found a way to work around most of them. It has been a really good time. I'm not going to go through and name you all, but you all know who you are. We didn't get to the 1,000 subscribers, so I'm not giving away a T-shirt. Maybe I will anyway. But it's been really fun. And excuse me, starting to lose my voice here before the whole day is over. If you want me, if you're still with me, I see 16 people are still watching. If anybody wants a shout out to a driver or a family member who's here at the racetrack racing this weekend, pop it in the chat, and I'll make sure. Doesn't have to be in this race. Pop it in the chat, and I will make sure to give that shout out here as we come to the final half of our race. Stacy Bertrand, game over. Yep, we're getting there, Stacy. All right, we are at the halfway point. Let's go through our final mid-race recap of the weekend here. Of course, our mid-race update is brought to you by the good people at raceschool.com. Here it is for you right now. Your leader at the moment, Eric Poulsen. He has a good lead over Edward Erlinson in second place in Formula F. Your only car in Formula S this weekend is Alice Kutzi. And then you've got your 3 cars in Formula V. Mark Edwards, Ronnie Chuck, and Donald Manthe. That is your mid-race update here, brought to you by raceschool.com. Stacy Bertrand, kick butt Ollie. Of course, she's talking about Ollie Thornton, a Spec Corvette driver who was out here this weekend And he is a huge advocate for that Spec Corvette class. I believe we had 8 Spec Corvettes this weekend, maybe more. And that class, I don't think, would be as strong as it is out here without Ollie doing all that he does to promote that class. So big job for him. There's several other people, but I always hear Ollie's name being thrown about as being one of the ringleaders of Spec Corvette. Pete Rose, thanks, guys. Hello to Stephen and Sarah Valentine and all course workers. Great job. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate you having. I appreciate you being with us all weekend. We come into the last 14 minutes of racing action here. Also want to remind people that we will be back out here in a month for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. The Super Tour is coming out to Buttonwillow for a whole weekend of racing. Thirteen limit. I have lost my ability to speak. We've got people who are stopping in the booth at the end of the weekend to say goodbye and everything, so I apologize for the little bit of gap here. It's a big family out here, folks. We're all out here. I've been an SCCA member for more than 30 years, and many of the people out here have been out for a long time. Been out around the country. I'm from Wisconsin originally, came out here 11 years or so ago. And the cool thing about the SCCA is no matter where you are, no matter what you do, you can show up at a racetrack with your SCCA membership card, and it will be like long-lost family. People you've never met will become family members. They welcome me and my family out here with open arms, and it has been a great 11 years, and we started doing the live stream. So, and it is like that everywhere. I'm lucky enough to be one of the announcers for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, so I travel all around the country going to races in all different regions, and no matter where I show up, there are people who have been involved with this club for a very long time, and it's like we've been family forever. So, Stacy Barton also wants to say a great work shout out for CC and the emergency crew, Mike Lawler and his crew. It is fantastic. CC I mentioned earlier, CC and Mark, they're the ones who run all of the SCCA races out here. They are the glue that keeps us all together, and we would not be able to do as good a job as we do without them. So a big thank you to them as well. Mike Lawler and all of the emergency services crew. There's a whole slew of them out here this weekend trying to keep us without having to go full course yellow as much as possible. They have done a fantastic job. Thank you, Stacy, for being here with us all this weekend and being in the chat and sticking with us right to the bitter end. 21 people watching. If you haven't hit the like button, do so. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. Those subscriber buttons help us bring you more coverage. So find 100 of your friends who aren't even members and ask them to hit the subscribe button. That would be big and helpful. All right, where are we at here? I think that might be our race leader just coming across the line there. The problem is that our two lead cars, even though they're not really together on the racetrack, are both white Formula Fs, and they look very, very similar to each other. Yeah, that was, I believe that was Eric Polson who just came across. Also excited about the new upgrades this year to the live stream. As you can see all weekend long on the left side of your screen, our new timing pylon. Much easier to read. We're really happy that we can bring that to you. We've also upped our camera game, so now we're up to, I believe, well, we couldn't run all 10 cameras this weekend because of the bandwidth issues, but we're hopefully on most weekends we're going to have 10 cameras out here, bringing you the best angles that we can. 9 minutes to go here. Mark Edwards, Ronnie Chuck, Donald Matthew, that's your top three in Formula V. Eric Poulsen, Edward Erlinson, your Formula F cars. And then Alice Kutzy out there all by her lonesome, driving that FS car. That black car coming through us, that is Alice Kutzy there. That's a Legends car. That was the information I was trying to get my brain to punch out. Do not at me if I'm wrong, but I believe that that's what that car is. We'll see it coming into our view here. Just looks really big compared to everything else out there, so I'm pretty certain that's what that is. That should be Ed Erlinson right there, and Alice Kutzy right behind her. Yep, right behind him. This is my favorite camera angle on the racetrack here. It's the uphill from turn 5 you see out in the distance, and they're climbing a little hill here. And then it's really a fairly slow right-hander, but it leads onto the most important straightaway onto the racetrack, this long run down the hill towards turn 7. You can see him coming down the hill right there. And this is that corner is so important because it leads onto this long straightaway. And then there's a little left-hander, and then there's a little straightaway down here towards turn 8. Now, turn 8's an interesting corner. It is a, you know what, let's take an opportunity real quick to put the track map up one more time for folks who are watching at home here. And turn 8's a really interesting corner because it is a decreasing radius corner. It's more than 90 degrees going in, but that corner right going onto the straightaway towards turn 9 is more than 90 degrees. It is really, really tight. So you really got to go through. It's probably the slowest corner on the racetrack, I'm pretty certain. And then you've got that little shot down to turn 9. 9 to 10 is kind of like a short shoot. It's too long to be a chicane, but it's not really a straightaway. And then you get on to 10, which is on to your second longest straightaway at the racetrack. That run down to turn 1. So that's the way it looks here. There's Mark Edwards heading through that turn 6 area, like I said before. Right behind him is Ronnie Clark. Or is that might be Eric Poulsen getting ready to put them a lap down again. Nope, that's actually Ed Erlinson, because here is Alice Kutzy. So Formula V's are slowest cars in this group. They are not racing against the faster cars. That is the multi-class racing that we do here in the SCCA. Give Alice Kutzy a few laps of love here. Here she is, coming through turn number 7. One more time, down towards 8. Coming up in our last 5 minutes of racing action here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. First opening weekend in the books. It's going to be a success. Well, it's been a success. Now, if we get everybody in and off the track before it rains, that will make it a perfect weekend. So, if you like the racing this weekend, when we put out our posts talking about the live streams on the Cal Club Facebook page. So like the Cal Club Facebook page, and then when we put out the links, make sure you share those links on your pages. That'll get more eyes on our broadcast, and not only is it good for the live stream, it's good to get people involved in the sport. I am a firm believer that the live streams, and it's not just us out here at Cal Club. All 10 weekends of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour are all live streamed, and I'm proud to be part of that coverage. And then Washington, D.C. region also live streams all of the Mars series, and those races are at Summit Point. I believe there's a race at VIR that they do, and there's also races up at Northern New Jersey Motorsports Park. So they do a very similar production of what I do out here at Cal Club, and that's my co-host for the Super Tour. He does the DC region races. So a lot of racing being live streamed here across the SCCA, and it's pretty fantastic. And while I enjoy doing it, and I think it's great for the family and friends of the drivers to be able to see the racing, it's also a fantastic promotional and calling card for the regions and for the club. So the best way to help us out with that is when you see us put these live streams up, be sure to take the links and send them to put them out on your social media. There's 60,000 SCCA members, and if everybody was on social media, or everybody who is, I'm sure all 60,000 aren't on social media, but those of us that are, what we can do to help grow the club and make sure we stay strong and healthy is to get the word out of what we do, and these live streams, I think, are a fantastic opportunity to do that. So get out there and help us out with that as well. And all kidding aside, when I ask for likes and subscribes, that is huge on the algorithm, and then people stumble upon us. You'd be surprised how many people stumble upon the SCCA Super Tour broadcasts from all over the world, and they're asking questions like, what are these cars? What are they at? What are this class structure? People have never found us before, and that has been one of the most eye-opening things for me with the Super Tour coverage, is where all of the people. We have a guy from, I believe, Denmark, Irvin, who's not found us yet. I'm going to try to talk him into coming on board with us too. But Irvin's always with the Super Tour. He's from Denmark, and he's almost every race weekend he's watching us. So there are huge opportunities to get out there and share this with with other car dudes and dudettes out there. So it is going to be fun. Last lap this time by. White flag should be in the air, and it is. So we are less than 2.5 miles away from our final lap of the weekend here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Trying to figure out if this is our race leader coming through. I think it might be. Yeah, I'm pretty certain this is Eric Paulson that we're following here. Yeah. We should see him coming into our view here for the final time. There he is, going through turn 5 and up the hill towards turn 6. And now down the hill towards turn 7 for the final time. Big lead for Eric Paulson here. Through turn 8 for the final time. You can see him slowing down really. You can't tell he's slowing down, but he slows down a lot for that right-hander. Now the straight down to turn 9. And the next time you see Eric Paulson, the checkered flag is already in the air, awaiting his arrival. And He should come into our view right now for the final time. Your race winner, the final race on the inaugural weekend at the circuit at Buttonwillow. It is Eric Poulsen in Formula F. We will take our opportunity right now to do our final unofficial results here for our race of the final race of the weekend. Of course, our unofficial results are brought to you by raceschool.com. Your race winner, Eric Poulsen. And I'm going to make an assumption that everybody comes across the line in the order that they are now. And if it changes, I apologize. But we're going to go Eric Poulsen is your race winner. Edward Erlinson. Ed Erlinson is going to come in second. Then you're going to have Alice Kutzi in third. Your Formula V race, it comes down to Mark Edwards, Ronnie Chuck, and Donald Mantha. Here comes Ed Erlinson across the line for the final time. I believe we'll see Alice Kutzi come across next. There we go. No, that's actually a Formula V. That looks like it's Ronnie Chuck. Now we'll see Alice Kutzi come across the line. All right. Folks, that is going to do it for us here. Appreciate everyone who's been involved in this all weekend long, both here at the racetrack and at home. And thank you to all of our families for letting us come out and do this. It has been a great weekend. I'm Brian Belansky. This is the SCCA Cal Club Andy Porterfield Memorial SCCA races here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. For the final time, Porterfield Racing Brakes for all your racing brake needs. All of your streetcar needs as well, and also tons of knowledge. Check them out at porterfield-brakes.com. I'm Brian Belansky. Thank you all for being with us. Have yourself a great week. Have fun. Stay safe. And as I like to go say all the time, go play with cars.